Hello. We are doing another live stream on a cold Vermont day. I got to keep that fire going today or it's going to get real cold. It's doing okay for right now. I have been very busy on a bunch of coding things. Oh, actually you can see the fire isn't roaring all that much, but there's a bunch of wood in it and it should go for a while. Kind of looking forward to when I'm getting in doing more guitars and drums and things. I'm still wanting that drum room cam. So I stole it. I stole the drum room cam to be this cam. And we are, as you might be able to tell, ready to jump into Minecraft, because why not? That's kind of a thing. So with no further ado, this is apparently Christmas music, Lunar Client style. And I will see whether the server is still up and working. It may be, or maybe it's crashed, in which case I'll have to go and fix it, won't I? Nope, not only is it working, but somebody's on. Which means that the IP address has not updated. Oh. I'm not sure who is here with me, but somebody's on. I'm in a bed, so it's not like it matters. I can always just, or maybe it's misreading? No, it can't be, because then it would be passing the night. More will be revealed, as some of my friends say. It's Manu. Manu QQ. Always typing in the thing. Yeah, well, I might as well chill out and finish what I was saying. The way this works, I drink too much coffee, and it always takes me, I don't know, a couple of hours to ramp up to where I'm chattering away like mad. And then I burn out, and the end of the day is pretty much just playing Minecraft. Which I guess speaks more as to whether you can be upbeat and entertaining for 8 hours straight, which is a job for some people. There are such things as professional streamers. That's not me. I am a programmer and a centric audio guy who likes different sounds than most people. And I'm going to be interested in exploring that more going forwards, like recent experiences I've had. Might as well just run with the I'll go somewhere where I can get a watch, and a watch is what I use in this game to force time to pass. And I don't have any on me, but I do sure have a lot of name tags. We got various things kicking around. So that might well be something I want to do. We've got an Enderman hanging out over here. There's probably a lot of bad monsters kicking around. Let's see how this scenario is. Is this still intact or no? There's our machine. Let's see whether it's been used up. No, apparently not. What kind of bits of it have? See the way this works? Some of these things will end up empty and others will not. And the ones that end up empty will get thrown into the system and spat out by the whole way this works is not as good as the last one that I made. Oh, but maybe our luck is in. Let's find out. We can certainly reload the machine best we can. And throw away the rest of these shulker boxes. It's interesting that me going on about this stuff, this is not so dissimilar to what mixing or creating is like. It's always a matter of kind of finding the shape of the thing that you're doing and figuring out how to maximize that. And no, we're still not going to. I always hit E when we're in talk. Menu is kicking around somewhere, AFK, and logged in. Here's something we can use to make it be daytime. Oh, or it can already be daytime. Alrighty then. I don't know whether that was done by somebody or whether that just kind of happened. But yeah, the whole purpose of creating things is as much a mental purpose as anything else. Oh, hi, I got a monster. Monster's going to go away now. And what I see often is people are looking around for what to copy, what to make, and kind of shortcutting the imagining a new thing part because it's difficult. It's like imagining a new thing doesn't necessarily get you success, and it's effort in its own right. I feel like one of the things that happens with specifically sound engineering, and I remember one of the things I was interested in doing, and maybe that would be maybe that's a decent thing to do for today, is clean up the mess of this giant pile of, let's see, what can we grab? Well, that could, well, no, actually, we're keeping some of these around. I am also tempted to make this river work a little better than it is. I am dissatisfied with it. It is not a good enough river, in my opinion. Oh. I saw something, or maybe somebody. No, it was a horse. Presumably a horse that is amazing. hard to tell how amazing they are. The whole design process that I sometimes talk about what that means is interesting because, let's see now. It involves the process of thinking of new things and figuring out whether the thing that you're thinking of is any good or not. Oh, looking better. In this case, since I'm only doing Minecrafting stuff, and we're not so worried about mixing, if anybody wants, I can jump in. Hey, someone. Jump into Reaper and do something along those lines. Weirdly, that's not filling quite the way I expected. I guess that's just the shape of the water under here. And this is all going in this direction, which I can help by dropping a few spare blocks and placing them. And now we're following the rest of the plan, which was to throw some of these shulker boxes down here so that they will float away. Which I believe they will do, but I could also, let's see. That gap. Oh, and the shulker boxes are not flowing anywhere further than that, but that's probably a fine place for them to despawn. It is the river of Leaf. It is the river of forgetfulness where things get thrown to despawn. So what I was going to do is look around for things like grass blocks, which will save me a bit of time. I shouldn't need to have the fancy diamond kit on me. I certainly don't need that wooden sword. And let's go and clean up some things, break some grass blocks, break some snow blocks rather, and make it look a little bit more like I didn't have an enormous derp using and there's no real point doing that because it goes down forever. If I use grass block, I can make it be path block. And if I don't use a shovel or some kind of fancy thing, YRE has a relevant Minecraft related point. I could indeed do that. It would be more efficient if I had really large quantities of things. That's for sure. Hopefully my excited horse will not startle me too much. He gives a sigh like, come on, doing the best I can. Yeah, so if I go through doing this, I can make it look as if I didn't accidentally throw a snowball that, and I'm not sure if, I don't remember if I did accidentally do this. I think I did it, but it turned out to be something that I'm not as thrilled with. So, and if I use shovels or some kind of fancy way of doing this, what's going to happen is I'll generate the hugest amount of snow ever. But if I break them just one at a time, they just disappear. Pounding the espresso. Just a minute, I'm going to rinse that off. Hi. I'm back. I think I've got extra contrast on this camera that I'm using. I may be able to do something entertaining with it one day. Always with the experimenting with the visual language of this stuff. But yeah, sometimes the way to deal with something is in this sort of patient, chill, one thing at it, put one foot in front of the other, do one thing at a time, get through, and finish doing the thing. That's probably going to suit me fairly well today. I would like to settle into a routine with that to the point where I can think about two things at once, because this thing isn't difficult to think about, and then, run my mouth, run my brain on the ideas I'm trying to sort out. Because as always, there's stuff going on, stuff to think about. Some of it is fine, other bits are a challenge. I feel like my experience with hello. My experience with K Cathedral is a little bit of both, honestly. It's been a succession. Sometimes this works to the point where I wonder whether that's maybe just my theme, which is why the hi, I'm the YouTube guy who's a mad scientist thing tends to fit pretty well for me, because I'm not setting out to fail necessarily, to do stuff wrong or anything like that. And yet at the same time, I'll tend to try stuff, have it be more radical than it needs to be, and then sometimes slip up, I put out Console MC, and in fact I've updated it and left some of the behavior where it's not perfectly flat. It has a high frequency lift in it. I think maybe we're going to, since I'm not getting a there, we get a little extra time out of that as well, because it's just pre-dawn. Console MC came out with a high frequency lift, which is not necessarily part of the real thing. It works okay for poppy type stuff, but that was tricky. And then I did K Cathedral, and have been getting complaints on that as well. But part of it's like I'm getting into that zone where I set it up on purpose to get a particular sound. And to a large extent, it gets that sound. Like what I was trying to do with it, what I was trying to do with K Cathedral, it does actually make the sound I was looking to make with it. However, people also respond to that sound by feeling that it is metallic, has too much echo in it. There's things about it that aren't going over well. And there's not a lot that I can do about that. Not a lot I can do about this either, except for, oh, well, come to think of it, no, there certainly is. This could be fixed with dirt blocks, couldn't it? I might need to go and get more dirt blocks, but I could do that too. And some of this could be fixed with grass blocks. And eventually I will simply go and get more of those, but for now we're going to do just placing a lot of stuff. And we'll cover over this exposed rock with simple dirt. Only as much as it takes to literally cover that stuff over. K Cathedral has a bunch of stuff in it, to be honest. It's got a little of everything. Let's see, how's that look? We can cover over that. Yeah. And we're maybe gonna take some of that down. Get some dirt back this way that I can use to put other places. There, now it looks almost normal. That's a bit weird, but it's fine. Thing is, I get stuck doing things like going, here's the Bricasti, and it sounds lovely and rich and thick, and yet I am not hearing specific detail in the reverb that makes it feel like there's a physical room there. Instead, it sounds like an idealized wash. And that's because that's part of what is happening in that device. It's doing a really good job of producing an idealized wash. But there's the possibility that I'm not trying to make an idealized wash, I'm trying to make something that sounds distinct. Even if that is in error compared to how people think of what they want their fancy, expensive reverb to be like. They want their fancy, expensive reverb to be idealized and go, okay, that's like, I'm trying to, there was something that I thought of. I was watching a video and it was some guy being interviewed. I'm pretty sure that it was to do with the writer's strike. And a guy was being interviewed and talking in the room. And he was in a physical room. There's no reason to believe that they had anything fake going on or that there was artificial anything. And the room this guy was being interviewed in, he's talking into his mic, was quite ringy and metallic. I have also built physical plate reverbs which were not tensioned as much as they could have been. And when you do that, the end result is very ringy and metallic. This is something that happens with acoustic spaces and physical creations like plate reverbs and things. So essentially, if I'm going to do something like try to do a plate reverb, there's also been an experiment. I don't remember exactly who did this experiment, but it's just as well because I shouldn't call them out. But there was an experiment done by a guy or a company, a designer, who was like, I will make the perfect reverb. I have designed the perfect reverb. And it is perfectly flat and accurate. And there will be no reverb better than this. And he did this reverb, put a lot of effort into it, made it he's not me, so he had a GUI and stuff for it and all that kind of stuff. And tried to sell it and got the kind of overwhelmingly negative response I'm used to getting. And he thought he had it nailed. Like this guy thought that he had figured out the secret to making reverb be actually good. But instead, without meaning to, he'd made a reverb that people acutely disliked. It went over real poorly. Their reactions were very negative. And, that's interesting. Like when you try to do something like that, and the reaction you get is strikingly negative, it reveals something interesting. Let's see, time to make a few more stacks of grass blocks. These guys will be tough, but I have my magic arrows. Well, it's not simply a matter of hard to have everyone satisfied. One of the things that I'm learning, and I'm looking to dive more deeply into this, and it takes a strong stomach to do. When you make things, it is very often that you feel like, oh, for God's sake, you feel like you just made a terrible mistake. You feel like you should be able to do something that is good enough that everybody is happy, which is a really dangerous assumption. Because one of the things I've been learning, and this relates to the experience also of when people are either getting into or competing directly with AI. Because that's a whole thing. That's its own whole thing. And it's going to be a bigger and bigger deal the farther we go. Because although it is not intelligence, large language models and stable diffusion and stuff like that is not intelligence. It's like a collective us. It's a collection of training data. And that has value. Like, one of the most amusing things to happen in the last couple of weeks, I thought, was that Elon is trying to do an AI to add to Twitter. He did a thing called Grok, which he added to Twitter, and then got in terrible trouble for it because it was relentlessly woke. It kept saying things which are like what a normal person might say, which is no accident, because and it's not even necessarily about him having stolen it in a way that he should have known better, should have known that it would betray him in that way. No, it's that the fact is, he was upset because it was producing sort of left-wing replies, but it's not really so much about that it was left-wing replies. He was getting collective opinion out of this thing. He was getting opinions that were like a lot of people might think, confronted with the stuff that he was being asked about. That didn't work very well for him. He was looking, and so were some of the other people responding to this. They were looking for particular, you could call it elitist answers. They figured, like, well, most people are stupid and think this stuff, but what we, who are the smart people, think is this, which is different. And so the intelligent AI should be giving our answers. But instead, the intelligent AI was not actually intelligent. It was a collective response, and it gave collective answers. Like, many people would think, well, Elon's a smart enough guy, but he made a mistake here and did this thing, which was kind of silly. Oops, that seems kind of weird. And he got very upset, I believe, because he was getting those responses, but those responses are simply collective responses. And one characteristic of what you might call left-wing ideology is a fascination with the collective answers. You could almost say that that was a defining characteristic of being a lefty. And remember, I'm phrasing this in such a way that I'm not immediately alienating, while at the same time I'm essentially a lefty. Look at what I do. I am working to give tools of literal production to people who don't necessarily have a lot of money, because I honestly believe that the amount of money or power that you've accumulated is not a prerequisite to having something to say or being able to make music that is entrancing. I don't think there's necessarily a correlation. There might be a negative correlation between ability to dominate other people and have power and ability to make pretty music. It seems as if it is possible that the kinds of people who will beat other people up and dominate and triumph aren't necessarily the ones where they play a violin and their heart is in their bow and it's lovely stuff. It's like, why would they be busy being lovely if they have people they can beat up? Power doesn't necessarily go along with creativity. Power is more likely to go along with destructiveness. And a characteristic right-wing take on power and purpose is that you should defer to those who have more power because they are demonstrating fitness. Now, this isn't necessarily the same thing as musical fitness, for instance. You might not be making the greatest... Not to put too fine a point on it, consider the band Nickelback. They're a bit of a punchline. However, nobody would say Nickelback lacked musical power. They are performers of no small ability and rock extremely hard. There's a bunch of musicians, including some of the grunge rock musicians, who ended up liking them because they're like, well, have you gone and see them live? Maybe you should go and see them live, because they are such a powerful live act that they kick enormous quantities of ass. And this is a thing that one could want. Nothing so wrong with being like, I want to listen to some music that is really powerful. I feel like having that. Let's go and listen to some powerful music. Nothing so wrong with that. There's many different kinds of things to want. You could legitimately say that Nickelback kind of specializes in having a lot of power, but don't necessarily have as much to say as, I don't know, Billie Eilish. Hard to say. It all depends. I'm just thinking of an opposite Nickelback. That would be, but Billie Eilish would qualify, I think, as a bizarro world opposite Nickelback, because it's pretty well the opposite of powerful and overbearing and stuff, is somebody who doesn't even want to sing with projection. Gets frustrated when asked to try. But these are really interesting questions, all the more when they get into, the questions of what you do when it's time to sit down and start doing something. Like, is the rule that if you're going to go and make a thing, therefore it must be powerful and dominant sounding? Well, there's a lot of people out there who would contest that idea, would say, no, that's dumb, it's not. There's been entire genres of music. And then let's look at non-vocalist music, or largely non-vocalist music. Let's look at the history of UK drum and bass as it extended outwards into first wave of UK dubstep, and then tear out, and then Skrillex. Because that's a very interesting combination of progressions. And there's a number of reasons why what happened in that situation happened. Timbaugh on Toast has a wonderful documentary about that stuff that I strongly recommend. And part of what went on in that context is that you started out with music that was extremely creative. I've listened to some of that stuff. I went and listened to, what was it? One of the early dubstep guys. I really should remember this name. I blame myself for failing to remember it. List off some of the early dubstep guys. I'll tell you which one it is. Scream. I listened to Scream's first album and was really impressed. One thing it showed me was it reminded me, oh yeah, dubstep is taking from dub. Dubstep is taking from reggae rhythms. That's why it's called dubstep. It was very interesting to be like, oh yeah, boy, this sounds like old sound system stuff. The debt that it owes to literal dub reggae music is extremely obvious. And yet it's very technical. It's very synthetic and electronic. And the combination of those things goes over incredibly well. So I'm listening to this Scream album because Timbaugh on Toast said that it was so awesome. And it's like, who am I to doubt that? So I'm going to go and listen to it now. And I did, and I really was impressed. It was really deeply awesome stuff. And it was not particularly tear out. It was when he threw in weird synthetic noises, the level of hyped up aggression was simply not there. Oh. My stove is beginning to get on the weak side. Let me address that. Let me address also. Well, maybe not. I gotta mess with this stove on a regular basis, especially today because it's colder today. I may not be living in a cabin in the woods, as awesome as that would be, but I'm still having to tend my literal fires to stay warm. Even while I do this thing of the YouTubing and being over here raising my voice so that you can hear me in the room. And that looks like it's getting going again, so it'll probably hang in. Here we are. Yeah, I'm referring people to Timba quite a lot lately because it is that useful of, I'll refer people to Timba if they have questions about Timple or Dave Rubin, because his dubstep and music associated video makings are terrific, but he also has this tendency of being able to get into some of the, dare I say demagogues? I could. Some of the influencers out there and highlight what they're doing in this very chill way, this very non-aggressive way. And I pay attention to one of the guys who has been fiercely attacking K Cathedral. And by that I mean he said mean things about it on YouTube, so I should be gentle about that. I'm not sure if that can be called fierce quite so much. I just take stuff personally, so it's like, no, he's fiercely attacking me, man. But I went and I looked at the stuff that guy follows, and we have similar political opinions. He just doesn't like my K Cathedral. But in line with the whole, not everything works for everybody concept, I sort of back to back got that guy being like, hey, Cathedral is worse than stock DAW reverb plugins. What are you even doing? You're a snake oil person. Immediately followed by a guy who was like, oh my God, I like K Cathedral better than anything. It sounds more like what I'm trying to make and is truly wonderful. The tricky thing about reality is that it is not a choice between which of those people are right. And I particularly notice that in the context of doing sound engineering, and in particular all of my console-oriented stuff, of trying to deliver in-the-box solutions that don't sound like a DAW. I'm still writing out the reactions from when I went on Reddit and it said that digital is inherently harsh. And I meant every word of it. I do think that digital is inherently harsh, and that's because there's no flexibility to it, and even our experience of listening to sound in air has an enormous amount of flexibility in it. Like, air is simply not flat in the way that a digital audio workstation is. Air is a lot more squishy than that. And Air does not give you high frequency transmission over any distance. Oh, hi, rain. I think it's going to be raining on me for a while because Manu is not responsive. It's logged on, but it's not responsive. That or the server broke and thinks he's logged on, but he's not. See, we got Manu there, but he's not responding. Yeah, so my challenge with, come to think of it, I wonder if I should see. What are we trying to do here? So we're going to have fast rather than fancy. Do I know good reference about audio DSP? That's a tricky question. That really is. See, I'm not able to understand all of the references that exist. There's references out there that are using calculus, they're using fancy mathematics to do stuff. And it's a little beyond my pay grade. I'm not able to keep up with that kind of thing. And yet, sometimes the people who make audio processing with those tools end up making audio processing that I'm simply not happy with. Sometimes it feels as if the cleverer people get with their heavy processing, the more likely they are to make something that I think sounds like ass, not to put too fine a point on it. And I've been trying to figure out why for a long time. A large part of what I do to address this is figure out ways of accomplishing things with minimal processing, like fewer calculations is what I'm often aiming at. And that's a choice, which is not to say it's always right. It might not be right. Maybe I'm completely wrong in every respect. But it's been closer to what I would like to accomplish on a regular basis. So I'm generally fairly happy with those choices. And those people could be here's the thing. That would be jumping to a conclusion that I'm not willing to jump to. Because if you were to say, oh, this person did the thing where the sound that they made is excruciatingly bright and I find it unpleasant, therefore they're not music, well, they could be Yehudi Menwin. Hey, Manu. Manu is on the scene. They could be a gifted violinist. They could be... I'm trying to think of other examples. It's fine. I don't have to. They could have everything to say in musical terms, but their ear might be looking for that excruciatingly bright, unpleasant sound that I find so objectionable. So I don't get to say those people aren't musical. What I must say is those people seem to want a particular sound, and I find that sound objectionable. That's fair to say. I can't say anything about their musical talents. They could have wonderful musical talents. I just don't like the way they make things sound. And I often find that they don't like the way I make things sound either. And that's where it gets interesting, because it's like you go far enough in that direction and it starts becoming a matter of, does that person specifically hang on a second. I'm slightly distracted by some of this nonsense, so we're going to deal with the nonsense. Oh, don't like that. Don't like that. Let's put that back. By the way, mind you, we could make it be not raining again. I have been unable to sleep because you were online and not interactive. So if you're in fact online and interactive, we can make the rain go away. Or we could if it was night. So that'll make the rain go away. I am also going to fool with my fire again because it keeps on not what you would call burning brightly. And I would like it to perk up a little bit. Now that should have taken care of, and it did. Very good. I feel like I don't need all of this stuff to be path block. This was clearly done with the path block making snowball. So yeah, there are many. We don't need that there either, do we? Surely not. So when you're confronted with the issue of making stuff, and who are you making things for? Are you making things for anybody in particular? Is your making going to fail if you make it be more broadly acceptable? This is a legit question, especially as we get into AI, because AI has specific abilities regarding this. The way that technology works, it's able to zero in on, I wonder if I still have that sand block in here. No, but I can use this sand block here. AI has the ability to zero in, and by that I mean large language models and diffusion models and stuff. That stuff's got the ability to zero in on what many people would think. Again, this is why some people are freaking out over the idea that Elon Musk's new thing is woke. What it's doing is giving collective responses to things that they're not expecting to get collective responses from. And as a result of that, there is, shall we say, much dismay in some fronts on the ground of, oh, what am I doing? Those were there for a reason. We don't need that. And as much as I appreciate Elon's AI for Twitter tweaking his nose and making fun of him and scorning his things, as much as I enjoy that, that doesn't mean the AI is automatically right just because it is presenting a collective answer. One of the things that I've been thinking in my philosophical pontificating while playing Minecraft days that I've been increasingly doing is balancing that stuff out. Especially since I'm person that fills in the gap for doing things that are unpopular and don't work with the algorithm or whatever. This puts me in an interesting position because what ends up happening is my stuff can't get replaced by AI as it's currently practiced. If I do it correctly. If I do it correctly, I get to be doing things where you can't simply push a button and be like, do the popular thing that's like Chris does. It misses by a mile. It fails really hard. And that is because the collective answer isn't always the correct one. Excuse me. One of the things about that is that's also how you get new things bursting out and being extremely popular. And that can be like right-wing demagogues. That could also be the Beatles. It comes out of a excessively collective place. The Beatles came out of pop music being really boring and predictable. There were particular ways of doing pop music, and that's just kind of how it went. That's what you got. If you were doing pop music, it was going to be like thus and so. Whereas, let's see. Thinking of things to do. I can play this as torch, anywho. So it's this interesting balance, and I am quite the believer in the worth of some collective things. Again, the left-wing thing is very strikingly. I just put the time ahead, didn't I? Okay. The worth of collective things can be very significant. There's a lot to be gained from community models, ways that people can get together and look after their own and each other's needs. This is a normal thing for humans to do. Humans often cooperate. Humans also compete. In fact, some of their tendencies, people jump to competing being the be-all end-all of life because we're biologically predisposed to value that in its way. I think one of the things that drives, for instance, consider a sexually dimorphic species like humans, there's been all kinds of stuff going on with men and women and how people even connect with each other. Never mind that there is a lot of growing acceptance for some of the disparate ways that humans can human. Like I've said in numerous cases, I tried being gay. It didn't work for me because I'm not gay, but that only illustrates to me, like, well, the people who are going towards the same sex, you can't just tell them not to. That's just how that works. I think it has to do with people's experiences in youth. And the funny thing about that is that is an argument for the bullying right-wing conservative people to do exactly what they do. If people are able to dominate their world socially to the point where they do not permit any competing information from being out there, like if you can't say gay or whatever, then my guess is that there's still going to be people who are, but I think there's not as many of them if all of the experiences that people can experience are rigidly controlled. And this is also what happens in other right-wing societies. For instance, Islam and Christianity end up being exactly the same in this light, because they are predominantly about forcing things to not be ambiguous or confusing in this light. So the question would be, if you decide to force people to only be, this way, does that actually work? And I'm thinking it only works to a point. Like, there is an extent to which you get what you want that way, but only to a point. There's still going to be a proportion, and I'm not sure how large that is, who aren't actually... And we can bounce away from these more touchy topics to, like, sound engineering. Because what I'm finding is that it is very popular to assume that you can only mix sound in such a way that it is excruciatingly bright and detailed, and that's how things must be. Like, there is no correct answer other than mix the thing to be really bright, and everything has to be jammed with details and overwhelming, and that's the only thing that you can want. And that's been sort of received wisdom in sound engineering for some time now. The advent of the digital audio workstation and recording technology that does not have softness and flexibility to it means that everybody ended up having to work in that way. You didn't get a choice that was, yeah, well, you can record this, but it's going to be kind of soft and muddy, and it's going to be hard to get any detail out of it because it's a cassette tape. Or because it's 7.5 EPs reel-to-reel tape, which is not as many, but it's still not as, in studios, they ended up going to 30 EPs, and that started trading off bass at the time that it went to your late 70s and 80s recordings. A lot of it was recording desks, but it also had to do with the sounds that were made with the physical recording technologies, and it went onwards from there to where, digital audio started to take over the multi-track machines as well. And it went away from a situation where normally, unless you were really good, you got soft and dull recordings. And you had to go to great lengths to make it so that things, sounded bright and also good. We went from that to computer-based digital everything, at which point the sounds that everybody by default got were that kind of unforgiving. You just didn't get the same results anymore. And of course, some people were very happy about that. And there are certain things like, I observe this kind of stuff and I try to learn from it. I do the best I can with it. There's a lot. It's very tricky. And on the one hand, we've got stuff like modern digital recording, which is excruciatingly bright at all times, because there's no softening factor to that at all. I've also studied hit records over the years. Back in the day, I had a website where it was about the studying of the evergreen records. I'm still plotting how I can start putting out videos where I literally play like reactable songs and people can hear what I'm going on about. Because I can play a lot of stuff where you'll listen to it and you'll go, wow, that sounds amazing, and yet that also sounds utterly unlike anything that we're used to today. Because it's creating sound with a great deal of depth, but it's also got a great deal of space in it. There's a horse being amazing and excited. You can have brightness, but the brightness has to sound as if it is a certain distance away from you. And I got a bunch of records. I've got an old copy of The Who's Tommy that I stumbled across. It was fairly expensive because it's this early pressing. And man, the amount of clarity on that is amazing. And yet you would not necessarily hear it in the same context as, say, the CD version of it. It would sound like completely different things. There is a line of snow because I fired a snowball that created a giant sphere. You can see the rest of the sphere over here. And it created this material that made a sphere that goes deeply into the earth as well as on the surface of it. And I kind of flattened it out. And I'm now cleaning it up because it's all very well to have a giant sphere of snow, but it wasn't useful or anything. So I used another snowball to make everything be flat and go away. And then I'm filling it in with sort of grass blocks so that it looks natural again. Yeah, that's what I designed this Minecraft game to do. Oop. Hey, check it out. My fire's doing good again. I want to throw another log on there pretty soon. I'm trying to keep it burning fairly hot because it's so cold today. But I also need to put the damper in, which will kick in a catalyst, and that will make it burn more efficiently as well as produce less pollution. It's probably a good enough time to do that, in fact. See, it's bright, and I put the catalyst in, and it will eventually sort of darken up a little bit. And it'll also start cooling off when I'm doing that. So I'm balancing it out. Yeah, I enjoy my wood stove a lot. Like I said, I might not be in a cabin in the woods or anything like that. I'm in a suburb in Vermont. I'm about a street and a half away from the rather laughable combat zone of this town, which is really very chill, honestly, because the town isn't big enough to be super out of control or violent. We hope. I hope. My next door neighbors actually ended up having people busting into their place and trying to rob them, so they got a giant savage dog. And so then people were upset by the giant savage dog, but it stays inside, so. Also, one thing about it, if it is upsetting for people. Oh, and 1 minute warning on ads for those who receive them. One thing about the giant savage dogs is the more giant the dog is, the less long it will last, which is sad for people who like dogs. But if you're going around with neighbors who have like a weapon, and you're the next door neighbor, so you're frightened because you are trying to mow your lawn and the dog lunges against the fence and tries to get through at you, which is happening to one of my neighbors, apparently. It hasn't happened to me, but it just makes me not want to mow my lawn because I'm another adjacent neighbor. Then, yeah, you might end up being like, oh, it died of old age? Oh, how sad. Maybe you want to consider getting a smaller one, or I don't know. But anyway, point being, it is cozy enough here. One of my reasons for wanting to develop all of this software is I want to have a fallback for still being able to create music if I ever get attacked in that way. Like, of course, the other part of it is like you don't want to be attacked and robbed and hurt or killed. That's terrible. I tend to operate on the basis of I have nothing and all I care about is my lovely guitars and things. And so if you try to take those away, I will risk my life defending them. But it's not like I'm very well armed or anything. So part of what I do with the plugin making and stuff is I also want to be able to create a world where if I lost everything, like if my house burned down or something like that, I'd be able to download a bunch of stuff and then be able to create and feel like I had music. And I have music on my channel, It can be found. Here, I will step outside here and you're not getting the DI there, but this is something that needs to be spliced in together. But this is me. And seeing as I don't have anything edited and ready to show you, I'll throw another thing on. That's more crazy synthetic stuff. And I'm working on like remixing these things and getting the most out of them. Oh, that's not the sound. You're not hearing the sound at all. You're hearing it through my monitor speakers. That's not nice at all. Not even close. But, and let's make the time pass so that I can continue working. There we go. Dawn breaks over Minecraft. Yeah, the bit that you heard is a good example of some other stuff that I deal with in that that song is a rock song with like lead vocals, guitars, drums, bass, all that kind of stuff. I played and sang all of that. That's just all me. But I'm a software programmer. Like my day job is not playing Minecraft. My day job is programming stuff that sounds a certain way for people who would like to have technology to do what they want to do. And so a guy that I knew back in the day, Tim Gillies, went by Slipperman. Slipperman was not his literal name, but it was his nom de plume, as it were. And he talked about the musician Todd Rundgren at one point, because he was trying to figure out, can you be a great engineer and a great musician at the same time? Because Tim's take on that, he's no longer with us. I got to meet him once, and I said a nice thing to him over the internet once, which he liked, but he felt that both of those things were life pursuits, that you didn't get to do both of those things. Instead, you had to choose. And it would be up to you whether you chose to be a musician or, say, a sound engineer. I think there is some truth to that point of view. Like, not everybody gets everything. You pick what you choose to do. You consider this. Here's something that I've been thinking about lately. In fact, you might be like, I liked the vocals. Wow, you can play music and you can program plugins? How amazing. What a wonderful thing. Well, the price of that is my life has been a lonely seclusion for literally decades on end. There is a lot of time when I would have happily chosen to, date somebody, maybe have a family. People act like that, like, does Chris from Airwindows get to have a family? Well, kind of no. I don't get any of that stuff. Some of the force behind what I do is the emptiness and frustration of, no, gosh, I don't have any of that. Some of the work that I put into all of this is just down to, losing my mind and trying to pass the time in my loneliness and isolation. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That said, more and more people are experiencing exactly what I experienced. So maybe there's going to be more and more Chris from Airwindows out there. You could say that is a sad thing, and yet that's where I got it. If I'm good at any of this stuff, I paid for it by having to spend the time and attention and energy getting good at and caring about all of that stuff, because there wasn't a person that I got to care about. Because I have autism and difficulty dealing with social situations, and I screwed myself up getting really into drugs early on. I had to give up being on drugs when I was like, 24, 25? Early. And I would quite happily have traded that for getting to be like a normal person and having some of the normal person things, like being able to work a regular job that people paid you lots of money because you acted normal around people and were able to go to work and do those things. Yeah, I think it is quite good that I'm off this stuff. I'm always happy to be encouraging to anybody else with similar ambitions. That's some of what I do in my real life, is part of my real life gets involved with people who are also trying to get clean. And like some of my friends like to say, sharing experience, strength, and hope, and saying, yeah, you can not use if that is what you want, because we do stuff like that for a reason. Like, I got high for a reason, because I couldn't stand being awake and aware and experiencing being Chris. It was too much to ask, and so I spent a lot of time getting high just to survive. Probably saved my life, but when you're an addict, and I come by it honest because my family, like my mother's side of the family, including my mom, had that going on, and my grandmother never stopped being a alcoholic. She was the little old lady with the martinis. And she was also very cool in certain ways, but not necessarily in nice ways. She wasn't necessarily a nice lady, but she was definitely a cool lady. I don't remember ever seeing her smile at my mom once, which is one way that you get sometimes if you're on drugs or drinking and dealing with being yourself kind of thing. God, where do I feel like there needs to be a conversational transition away from that, but I don't know what it is. That's another thing that happens to people where that can give you your creativity can come from a place like that. Your creativity can come from, I grew up in tough times and my family was not comforting or reassuring and I survived it. And now here I am. And this is what I have to communicate. Because that's the thing. We talk about stuff like AI. No, it's that I'm always good for this kind of thing. If there are people who are getting nothing out of it, then I don't necessarily want to go on a long monologue. But it's important in its way. There is importance to being willing to look at and face this sort of thing. Because I'm going to tie it back to the AI. Like, one of the things that AI can do well is find that normal person take on things. It's looking at sort of a collective humanity and producing what it can do for wisdom. And the training of AI is always just trying to find what the wrong answers are and teach it not to do that. But it's going to start out with all the wrong answers because it's going to start out not with intelligence because it doesn't have any of that. Instead, what it has is the scope of humanity as it exists. And that's a big deal. That's a lot to have. However, creative people often come from experience that is not normal. And you go, oh, why are you singing like that? Well, the reason I'm singing like that is because that passionateness that comes into the vocal is because of experiences that I've had. And there is a level of trying to communicate. There is... when I do, for instance, and this sometimes turns and bites me. My experience is not always helped by who I am and where I've been. Because sometimes the way it works is I have this tendency of needing to do stuff the weird way. Because, like my family dynamics, get as old as me and you might end up having to do some of this work yourself and being a happier person. The only reason to do this kind of personality work is when maybe you're able to accomplish things, but you're miserable. And I've spent too many years being miserable to the point where I am actively interested in pursuing the not being as miserable. And that can mean questioning some of the assumptions, like the way that I was raised, I had a really weird, like, family role, family job, you might say. In a sense, my job in my family was I was the oldest child. I was the one that was loved by mom and dad, and the special one that was going to accomplish the most amazing things. They had reasons for needing that. Like, mom was raised by an alcoholic mother who rejected her, and so she wanted to show that she could be amazing by raising an amazing child. Dad had gotten beat up by an uncle, and his dad didn't rescue him from that, and so he was very unhappy and frustrated, and he escaped through art. He escaped through creativity. In particular, he was a big comics fan. And so he was always into, like Disney and Pogo and the comic strips and movies and things that existed. That and science fiction was his big escape. And this is how we roll. Like, we do what we can with what we inherited from the worlds that we live in. So for instance, that ability to sing, and you'll notice that one of the things that I had to do in this most recent version, which I'm trying to find ways of working around this. There's a lot of pitch correction on that vocal. I comped it together out of multiple tracks and did a lot of pitch correction on it. And in many ways, my natural singing voice is objectionable and wrong. Like, I'm not singing well. I can belt like anybody's business, but I've spent too much time not speaking, and it doesn't prepare you for being able to sing if you don't speak, if you don't use your voice. It's one reason why I'm doing live streams, so that I'm compelled to talk for 8 hours a day to the best of my ability, because that has active usefulness for somebody who simply never speaks and never sees anybody. Oh, hello. This is covering over my my space in here. That said, I believe I will be clearing the mess out, and we will get this giant snow sphere out of the way. That being my plan for today. I'm also going to take out all of the trees, and I'll replace them with additional trees that I can plant. I like having the good tools. Good tools are good. It goes through the wood faster than it goes through leaves. Fancy that. And that tree's fine, so we're not going to worry about that one. Yeah, I have this tendency as a creator to always kind of try to escalate and push, like if something works, and okay, now it needs to be 10 times more so. And there's this real tendency to push beyond to the point where it's no longer working. Like, I'll tend to over-exceed until what I've made is, bad again. If I'm making a composition, then I'll continue to make it fancier and fancier until it is too much. It's a real tendency of mine. And some of that is because, like I said, the job of Chris as a child was, and this also relates to autism, because that's also what can happen to you, is you end up getting into autistic children can get into this thing where they start out being very impressive and then it just gets on top of you. Like, you were this little kid who is able to write poems or something like that. Oh, I'm not good enough to create a DAW. I could design one, but I'd have to be working with somebody who was able to create and debug one, and that ain't me. My skills are not good enough for creating a DAW from scratch. I could design one and make it sound however you wanted it to sound. It's not quite the same thing. Let's see, where was I at? We're going to create a few more grass block stacks. And chop down a few more of these stray wood blocks. Yeah, anyways, the job I had as the kid was the guy who was going to accomplish great things and have such potential but then fail. It was really important in a lot of ways that I failed at what I did. Because there's a resentment from siblings, just a lot of stuff going on where it's like the goal needs to be too high, and I needed to not make it. I needed to screw it up. And it's affected my music making and stuff, especially like weird while my mom and dad, because part of it is like, well, if I'm the screw up, then they couldn't be at fault. And mom had been an alcoholic and drug addict who had been stealing synthetic heroin from her work. She stole from her patients at times. And she was a head nurse. She was a very capable person. But the pain of her family stuff was too painful. And so there was always the secrets. And the secrets in my family were very heavy. They're no longer a thing because all the people who were really subject to that have passed on. But the secrets were very heavy. Anytime you have a family where it's like, oh, well, nobody ever comes over here and I never see anybody, which is also the way I learned to live, by the way. I learned to live where nobody ever comes over, you never go anywhere, you never see anybody. Anytime you have a family that learns to be that way, it's not by accident. Humans are naturally social. We naturally interact with each other. But if you've got a family where it's like, well, first of all, nobody ever comes here. Oh, and never go anywhere else, and never speak, and never talk to anybody about any of this, because we're fine. Everything's fine. That basically always just means bad things. Hey, Sky Chip, keep jumping into the rabbit holes and come out frustrated. By all means, elucidate. Maybe I have had similar experiences and can help. But yeah, when we bounce it back to AI again, because that's always fun. And 1 minute warning for people who are experiencing ads. When we deal with AIs, inevitably what we are doing is dealing with the normal. That's always going to be a part of it. Because we can't really build AIs out of the exceptional. There's not enough of the exceptional. The way that stuff is built comes out of, oh look, make it all the way up to the top. I should take this down. I'm not even quite sure what this is, but we should take this down. This is iron block. No, it's not even iron block. This is quartz. I don't know whether I built that or somebody else did. I just know I don't want it. So I guess what I'm saying is normal people can be replaced by AI. It's harder to replace weirdos with AI. If the price of being you is really steep and it's very difficult to relate and everything is a really big challenge and you can barely survive, then you may be a kind of person who is very difficult to replace. And if you're trying to make AIs, as YRE is suggesting, that is a possibility. But who is going to know how to do that? It's going to be humans who have experiences akin to what you might be trying to create. If you're trying to create a creative genius AI, there's a book that haunted my past. I remember it, and I don't know how I know all of this because it's a mysterious thing. I remember there being a thing where my dad wanted me to read this book and my mom did not want me to see it. I ended up finding out what that book was, and it was a thing called Cradles of Eminence. And it suggested that eminent people, as in people who got books written about them, frequently or always came from these damaged backgrounds. Actors often come from broken homes. Writers come from places with issues. There's drug addiction, there's alcoholism, there's abuse, there's so much going on. And although I wasn't able to get a straight answer like ever during my lifetime, I think the deal there is it is a combination between my dad wanting to send the message of, yeah, we're screwed up, but it can be important and there can be stuff to be gained from being one of these people laboring under the burden of this screwed upness. Look, see all of these things that you can be. I myself have become a scientist, and he had many patents, and one of the reasons that I like wearing my white shirt on plug-in video days and looking like white-collar dude is because that was what my dad looked like when I was growing up. I went into his office at a place called Block Engineering, and he kept some little decals with the Block Engineering logo, and I have them now. Maybe someday I'll show you them. But he was a real deal scientist. And when I was a little kid, there were times that I got to go into his workplace, and he had this enormous elaborate drafting table with like the big movable horizontal thing with a movable vertical one that could also slide along that, and then you could rotate it to different angles, and it was this expensive analog drafting station, because this was like before home computers. This would have been like the 70s. And it seemed like the coolest thing ever. And who's to say it wasn't? So I got to have a screwed up family, but I also got to have a dad that was a legit scientist who wore a white shirt and went in to work where he worked at the enormous drafting table and invented things. And I followed in those footsteps to some extent, and I invent things for a living as well. And I even managed to be a better businessman than my dad ever managed to be. Block engineering, and here I am doing block engineering. Yep, that's awesome. Thank you. But I don't believe that company even exists anymore. But so this is now the only block engineering to be had. But yeah, he probably earned millions of dollars. One of the family challenges was he would not tell any of us, including my mom, how well we were doing. And remember, I'm over 50 years old. I was alive when women weren't allowed to have credit cards. Not making that up. While I was alive, my mom was not allowed to have a credit card because she was a woman. Like, you couldn't do that. You couldn't apply. It wasn't a thing. And we moved beyond that to the point where that can be a thing. But, like, that's how old I am, right? God, now I've lost track. I'll wait until like 11 or so, but I'm going to make another cup of espresso so I can keep the chatter going a little bit longer, because these are all interesting things, and this is part of what I can do. Like, if you do a chat GPT thinking that's going to get you wisdom, well, you'll get something, but what you'll get is largely the ideas of people who were alive during the time that OpenAI stole all this data off the internet. So first of all, we're talking it's only internet-based stuff, heritage of remembering things, like people with lived experience. ChatGPT does not have lived experience of a time when women weren't allowed to have credit cards. Okay? Because that's an internet thing. ChatGPT comes from the internet. The internet doesn't have that experience. It contained some people who had that experience, but they're getting a lot older. I mean, I'm getting older, and I didn't even experience that myself. If I was a woman, then I would not have that experience, because by the time I would be of age to get a credit card, they would have changed it. Joey Saturday's being a wise ass. Honestly, my mom was more qualified for that than my dad. Like I said, I managed to be a better businessman than my dad, because he had earned probably a couple of $1 million working as the chief scientist for block engineering and so on, but he wouldn't tell anybody, and he kept it hidden in secret bank accounts, and then he tried to start his own business. And he also was a literal hoarder. And it came out in, like, you know, the magazine National Geographic? It's not a thing anymore because it got bought up by somebody who's using it for clothing. Well, the house I grew up in had shelves of National Geographics and a variety of other things, just shelves upon shelves of this stuff. Hey, Manu, coming back into the game. He didn't get rid of magazines, the paper magazines, and when he ran his own business and started it, he called it Specialty Instruments, SPI. He rented a place in an office park, right, with as much square footage as my house. And that's in an office park. That is commercial property. And he had a little area that contained some tools and things, right? Ability to build, because Specialty Instruments, it built things like infrared sensors for the next generation of airliners. He was good at what he did. But also, Specialty Instruments contained 95% of its square footage were shelves with trade publications going back as long as he had been studying his field. The hoarder nature that he had didn't serve him well, as far as basically peeing away a fortune, a literal fortune, on buying in a commercial office park an office large enough to store a giant collection of trade publications. And I've got some of those predilections as well. I mean, you see it in my plugins. I make this enormous library of plugins, and I find it very satisfying to supply all of that. But they're not all useful to everybody. But I still make them. More than that, there was a time that I was interested in the magazine Cinefex. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of it. And I subscribed to that for a while. And I saved all of them, even though I don't sit around reading them. But it was sort of the last wave of movie special effects technology before digital really took over. And I have essentially a collection of Cinefex covering that transition. And yeah, I don't read them, but it's like I can't really bear getting rid of them. I am my dad's kid, and so that's me just like, oh, have to keep this. This is my collection of the magazine where I've read all of these. Or keeping books, like I have a lot of books. Yeah, I might have just hit Manu by accident. I started Airwindows as a commercial software developer. And I was able to make it work more effectively than my dad was able to make his business work. But it's not because I'm smarter than him, because I'm sure that I'm not. But I was able to put it into gear a little bit more effectively. Manu is going to get whacked by a block if we're not careful. Oh, already got it. But yeah, this becomes My job for today is getting rid of these things. And maybe the stuff that's flying in the air. That might also be a plan. But yeah, like life is weird. Family and history is weird. And we talk about things like AI without really understanding that it's not actually wisdom or intelligence. It is artificial enough. But all it has going on for itself is that it is a collective experience of humanity. And by the very nature of it being collective, it's going to tend to be more left-leaning than right-leaning, because right-leaning is more interested in tradition and right-leaning is more interested in power imbalances and the belief that some people are just better than others, and so they should be able to beat those that they are better than. And that society is better if the people who are more powerful have beat the ones that are less powerful. That's a right-wing take. It is a competitive thing, similar to how animals compete with each other. Darwin figured out, natural selection had something to do, although not everything to do, with this survival of the fittest. And it's an observation, not simply a philosophical decision of like, oh, let's be really mean because that is good. Like, that's not how that works at all. It's not simply about let's be really mean. It's about nature demands that those who thrive should be those with power and those who are powerful. I could collect snow and dirt very effectively there. I've got a snow right here, but I would have so much snow then. It would be super duper overwhelming, so I'm actually not doing that. It would be a bit much. Darwin observed interesting and relevant things. What Darwin wasn't able to observe was cooperation and interactivity. That wasn't his jam. He had a good ability to perceive some of that stuff, and if you didn't perceive it along with him, then you were missing out. But he didn't really... What he experienced or observed missed the boat a little bit on stuff like symbiosis. He didn't really perceive when animals cooperated with each other, not on a conscious verbal language base, but just stuff that thrives in conjunction with each other. And as it applies to humans, we have this... The whole right-wing versus left-wing thing can be boiled down to how much do we value competition and power, and how much do we value cooperation and community. And we need both of those things. To eradicate either one of them is a mistake. And it's kind of neat to see that AI, as it is currently experienced, acts like, based cooperative left-wing stuff. Making fun of Elon Musk and being like, gosh, dude. But it's not the only way of being. Manu was flying around because he can. Actually, that's an assumption. I'm not sure if I've ever gender checked Manu. To some extent, I am not a very good woke because I'll say things like that and not be terribly interested, and I'll make an effort to try to learn and remember what the right way of saying or doing things is. But I'm not super bothered because I'm too much of a nerd. It's like, nope, I've got a bunch of other things to think about. I might forget. Which has not always served me well. Like, I've had friends where I ended up drifting apart from them because I wasn't as interested in paying attention to that stuff. and it served as a way for other people to drive a wedge. I've had some experiences where I've had people driving wedges between me and friends, and it's not necessarily an enjoyable thing. Joey, are you actually serious? Is this the real Joey? Are you the guy that's been getting after me for some of these things? Gosh. Yeah, we can do a debate. Let's do a debate. Degeneracy is a funny word to use. Gosh, do I have snow that doesn't actually replace leaf blocks? Is that a thing? When guys get a certain way, it's hard to tell whether they are being sarcastic or not. Might not be sarcastic, might be legit. Yeah, see, Joey, you would be mistaken, but you would fall into the category of a very powerful right-winger. I'm guessing that you're also interested in power and the worth of things being strong rather than weak. Another way of thinking about degeneracy is of a strong, capable thing that's been reduced in some way. And that would be an assumption. Sometimes I wonder what the heck people like that make of me. It's like, are you so deeply confused that you don't understand who I am? That seems weird. Then I don't understand what this tree is, so, or even, I want tree. And other tree. I'm going to try not to hurt this imaginary sheep just because there's no reason I should. Would it be useful to combine every console with desk plugins? You don't have to. You can if you want. Desk plugins are pretty subtle. They're not going to be a really strong tone shaping, but then you don't always want a really strong tone shaping. So, onto your more serious question. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure you're equally serious with all the other things you're saying. Either that or you're super sarcastic. The plugin devs that copy-paste code. See, this is an interesting side effect to the open source thing. What I am hoping in making this kind of stuff available is that other people will do things, maybe people will do things that I like, and then I'll get to use it. But what I find is usually that people do what you say they do. You could say that what often happens is that plugin devs are often degenerate and not creatively working with what I make available. So people will copy and paste code. They'll even copy and paste my code because I make it possible for them to do that. And then they will just put a reskinning of the GUI on it. That is something that will happen. You could say that people who are doing that are degenerate developers who aren't really having original thoughts, that they are not as good, that it is not a great thing to have folks like that doing their thing. See, this gets into, my differences with the right-wing angle is that I have a different analysis, which I'm very curious as if you would find interesting or compelling in any way. Is that I'm not coming up with this stuff out of nowhere. Nobody taught me or told me like, oh yeah, you need to be right-wing. My brother is extremely left-wing, sorry, I got that backwards. Nobody came and told me, oh dude, you need to be extremely left-wing. It's the only okay way to be. Indeed, I think that my dad was more on the right-wing side, and I have a brother who is extremely right-wing, and I have a brother who is extremely left-wing and bullies people to have to think the way that he thinks. So we get all kinds, I guess, is what I'm saying. The thing is, let's see. Boop, 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 and boop, boop. Yeah, the licensing that I use is MIT licensing. That means they just have to credit my stuff. And this gets into that interesting question, which makes it a lot more interesting than just somebody saying bad people are degenerate and suck. It's like, well, what did you hope would happen then? If you have people that are not degenerate, what do you hope will happen? And the deal with the people just using plugins to just skin something and taking code without really understanding how it works, that kind of stuff, is that you could legitimately say, yeah, copy paste the same DSP code. People will do that. Some of what I do tries to make it easier for them to successfully do that. I have a plugin that's coming out. It is another kind of compressor. It's called Overheads. And it came out of some experiment that I did a long time ago where, but I do have my own store for plugins. It's called patreon.com. People can pay me there. Lost my train of thought. Bear with me while I get it back, which will eventually happen. See, I was talking about people stealing my DSP code, even though it is open source, by just taking it and copy and pasting stuff without necessarily even understanding how it works, in order to skin it, put a GUI on, and then maybe sell that. Well, I make it possible to do that, and there is a part of that that is frustrating, but then there is also a part of it where I'm not particularly bothered by it. And I'll tell you why. That doesn't really affect me. It doesn't help me. It doesn't hinder me. Nobody doing that is any real threat commercially to me, because anybody who has just taken stuff and see, I was in the middle of doing this and I wasn't actually looking to have it done for me and to be instantly finished, but we'll see what happens from here. We'll see where this goes. Submission audio guy flatline, it's a clipper. I'm not really familiar with that. Maybe you can tell me more about it. But I can report on the basis of being somebody whose licensing permits this outright copying. See, in a way, I feel as if anybody who is doing that is somewhat handicapping themselves, because they're not listening and they're not learning. It is possible to just take stuff and start running with it. You would probably also find some of this degenerate as well, in that a kind of person who does a audio thing because they're told to, because they read somewhere, oh, you got to do this. This is the way that you have to do the thing, and so they don't question it. They just start doing what they were told things needed to be done like. And that is the sort of thing that one could call a degenerate attitude. What one could call, this is not sophisticated creation as we would like to celebrate it. We would like to celebrate stuff that's being original and interesting and is really going somewhere. that is creating with a capital C, making new stuff happen. My licensing doesn't require that people do that, though. And my licensing allows for people to simply be like, oh, hey, I took your plugin and this other plugin of yours that I like, and I combined it together into this other one, and I made a cool GUI. Numerous people have done that. They never seem to get terribly far with them. For one, because the MIT license tells them that they must credit, so they do have to say, this is where the real plugin came from. I made it prettier. And I have no objection to people making stuff prettier, but another thing that typically happens is people don't tend to put the amount of effort in that I do. I tend to release more plugins, and I tend to work harder on trying to do the new ones, making them be a distinct thing that didn't exist before. Well, but then this also touches on, like, what is piracy? What is theft? If we're talking about digital audio things, like, I have videos that I copied off of YouTube. I wanted to have them in a collection in case YouTube went down or stuff got deleted, so that they would still exist, that they would still be there. Now, if I'm watching those things, I'm certainly using them. But if I make a giant collection of videos or songs, MP3s, whatever, and I put them onto a USB stick, and then I bury that USB stick in the ground, does it matter? To some extent. Somebody taking my code or whatever in order to be able to make a thing of theirs, it matters more if they're using it. Oh, okay, so Flatline is a clipper. Do you know the provenance of it? Do you know where it comes from? What is the real clipper that it is based on? Because I honestly do not. I don't know that. I see they have taken the what you'd call trade dress of it. If they've made it look like FabFilter, that is also a thing. See, the interesting stuff about that is that sometimes it doesn't matter when things like that are done, because they're kind of pointless. Like if you have stolen the thing, it's all about the marketing, really. And this touches on my take on right versus left wing things versus, and like think of marketing as power. Your objection to this pirated FabFilter clipper, which isn't really the one. Instead, it is somebody has stolen the identity of this other product that you like and respect, and they are claiming to be the same thing, but they're lying. See, what you don't like about that is unjust. That is somebody who's taking what existed and they're sort of ripping what somebody was able to create and running away and saying, hi, this is my thing, original thing, do not steal, and then running with that, like running with scissors, right? And making it so that they're muddying the waters. They are claiming to be something that they're not. They haven't paid for it. So they are getting credit that they do not deserve. This is something that makes right-wingers mad, because to get power that is undeserved is like cheating. Right? Are we on the same page there? Which also makes it weird when you run into something like the way that my open source stuff works. Here, I can throw Kipling at you. Kipling is very good at being a right-winger, in that a lot of his takes boil that stuff down well. The process of making a good plugin, does it take a long time? That depends. It builds on stuff. Like, in particular, my stuff doesn't come out of nowhere. Instead, I've made bunches of different things over the years, and I'm kind of elaborating on concepts that I've done before and trying to get better at what I'm doing. Like, my best stuff builds off of other stuff. I've got a plugin that is coming out called Overheads, and that is built off of years of previous work on that kind of thing. Like, Overheads originally came out, and it was an early experiment with what I'll call slew work. It's slew clipping, slew compression. Overheads is actually slew compression. It's tracking the change between samples and doing stuff with it. Now, if you decided that you wanted to steal the best plugin and then make another plugin with better GUI and then sell it and get all the money, that would be some degenerate behavior right there. Somebody setting out to do that is very unlikely to be able to make anything that I make. Because I start based on trying to get something to happen. I'm trying to get a specific result. And this is going to be a really goofy looking cliffside, I'll tell you. We'll just get rid of this stuff for starters and then worry about filling in the gaps later. See, Joey, here's an interesting thing. That is potentially bad marketing, because everybody has their own opinion in various things. There's not really any such thing as the received wisdom, the correct answer, the plugin that is the best plugin is not. Everybody has different takes on that kind of stuff because people's reactions, people's opinions can be very different. So the dev that's doing that thing is really kind of handicapping themselves in that they are, let me see whether I can. Wonder whether this is going to peek through into my base. Well, no matter. I have a ton of dirt. Let's fill this in with dirt. Well, let's empty it out a little bit more and then fill it in with dirt. Actually, no, let's not bother. That's dumb. What am I doing? The actual filling in with dirt is clearly the better answer here. Like, I work quite hard on trying to come up with distinct things. And one of the things I have going for me is that since I am attempting different stuff than, the average, the usual, I do have the capacity of making code that is not stolen, that is just simply different. It's not the same as other people's code. Sometimes that's very obvious. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes it doesn't work so well. But I'm able to make stuff that's mine and that is not stolen from anyone else. Having done that, I make a point of being like, dope, I'm just derping around. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing the best I can. Let me see. If you don't like it, well, maybe we like different things. I went after somebody on YouTube who was like, your thing sucks. And I was like, maybe I hate your stuff too. But that's really kind of what it's about is, maybe I hate their stuff too. They don't have to like what I like. I'm doing something for the purpose of making it the way I like it. So against the I'm making plugins that are audio unit and VST. They're VST2 for compatibility with old school stuff. And let's see now. Still working on this a little bit. I don't want to get too distracted from finishing the thing. But yeah, my take on that marketing thing I mentioned. This guy who is making a largely stolen from FabFilter or whatever plugin and then being like, this is my thing, it's amazing, it's better than anybody else's, no, you can't have it, you can't see what it is, and all of my stuff is best. That just antagonizes people. And it's probably not true. And attacking people who don't like it is just asking for more static. Like, you can't really do that. That's not something that works very well. It's better to be a little more chill about that kind of thing. Because there's no such thing as the thing that is so well designed that nobody can fault it or criticize it. I mean, people have been getting into stuff like digital audio for decades upon decades. I think I need to, hang on. We're going to heat that up and throw some more fire on there because it is going dark. People have been working on digital audio for decades, and yet the direction that they went ended up sounding like crap for a lot of things. I know I personally am deeply unimpressed by a lot of what people do with digital audio. I just do not like. I've spent years working on, well, fine, but why don't I like it? What is it doing where I find it so objectionable? And it's a really interesting, it's a big question. And the answer is very complicated and has a lot to do with human nature, our animal natures, and the way that we hear things, the way that we are designed to hear stuff at a distance. Whether we find things relaxing or not, whether we find things compelling or not. There's just many questions. I have spoken before about how I think that the onset of lo-fi hip-hop is a reaction to modern engineering. I think that this is a reaction to what's happened with pop music and how stuff mostly sounds anymore, because it is a real requirement that everything has to be super bright and detailed and clear and high fidelity in that way where you're not allowed to depart from some of these assumptions. You don't get to go like, that's actually not real. I've listened to sound, and sound is not nearly as exhausting sounding as that. This is not a acceptable answer for a lot of people. Let's put a random bush. And I've also found that in this lo-fi hip-hop stuff, some of it's not actually lo-fi. I'm noticing more and more that I can find lo-fi hip-hop out there. And if you listen to it, it's like, man, that's like Dark Side of the Moon right there. That's some really high-resolution stuff. All the detail, the tonality of it, it's absolutely kicking butt. It's extraordinary. And yet it falls into the category of lo-fi hip-hop because it's not bright. And there you have it. It's like these things show up because people want and need different forms of sound. And when the only acceptable answer for sound is it must sound like this, it must not have unpleasant resonances, it must be this bright. Here, I have an example. And I can't guarantee that that I'm correct about this, but I have a hunch. Are you familiar with the band Knower? It's a musician's favorite band. Knower is a band with a number of absolutely brilliant musicians in it. There's a bass player that they bring in, goes by Mononeon. A variety of brilliant keyboard players. Sometimes they have guitar players. Lewis Cole is the drummer and one of the band leaders. May be the band leader, but he may simply be one of the band leaders because Genevieve is the vocalist and is another band leader. And they do this sort of old school funk thing. A 1 minute warning for ad experiencers. They do this sort of old school funk thing. Lewis plays very lightly, but he has an extraordinary timing and extraordinary, like, the vibe on this guy is incredible. And they do this sort of funk music. They do music which is really hard to do. And I'm pretty sure that part of what they are doing is experimenting with time. In that they've got Lewis playing drums and they've got a keyboard player who seems to be able to stretch and bend time in interesting ways. And they make these incredibly tight jams, these songs where like the timing of them is compelling in a level that I rarely experience. And that's because they're using time in this special way. Hey, and we've got the snow cleared away from there. I'm not sure whether we have the snow cleared away from literally everywhere, but this hillside looks snowless. The thing is, the sound that they get feels very modern in all the ways I hate. Like, I love their music. I love the timing of their sounds. I love the arrangements. It blows my mind, the noises they make. And I think it has a lot to do with like those modern plugins like Gullfoss and Soothe and all of that kind of stuff. All of that stuff that they make extraordinarily reminds me. The most recent version, Nightmare. Yeah, it's the opposite of 70s Mixdown. I could mix down that band, and it would sound utterly and completely different, maybe to the point where people might find it objectionable. People might not actually want it mixed down the way that I would mix it down. But what they've got is an intensely modern style. I'm going to take some of these torches back, I think. Top of the mountain can be a more dangerous place. Yeah, the visual aspect, it's very postmodern, these guys. They are very, like, zoomer, funky. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. There we go. Actually, I'm going to put oak wood back, because that's a giant tree. There we go. Pretend nothing happened. Pretend I didn't get my head stuck in a log. Dum-de-dum. Yeah, very, very similar to Mono Neon. And, well, that's it, really, is that it's a whole concept that depends greatly on this sort of super modern produced thing. And again, like, all of the performance feels like incredibly modern but 70s, like funky and insane and weird and goofy. But then their sound mixing screams modern day. It is so modernistic. And I hear that on like Genevieve's most recent vocals. Felt like, okay, we just took Soothe or whatever and turned it up as far as it would go, period. Like this track, she sings her song and you cannot fit any more frequencies in. It's like and I think it works fairly well on this quiet things, like the quiet vocals. But at the same time, it doesn't. Because it feels very much like, okay, we're taking this vocal track and it's got like full soothe and full treble boost. So you start being able to hear the differences between words. The differences between words start to go away. But it all sounds like, wow, this very clear and like reasonably compelling sounding vocalization. You go, okay, yep, wow, that's a lead vocal. But there is that total lack of, there's a character that I just don't get from it. And it's particularly maddening because they're so good. Like the band is so good. The music that they're doing is you know, I get into the performance especially hard. The writing, I'm not always sure I know or understand or appreciate what they're trying to say with it. Let's land on top of that tree, shall we? There we go. Okay. Okay. And it is an intentional choice, this. It is a choice to do a aesthetic and yet have modern success by having made the engineering, the production says, hi, this is modern. This is not some old-fashioned thing. No, this is a modern hit pop song. See, hear how everything jumps out in that way that they do. And that's the part that's not like 70s. And honestly, I feel as if they would do just as well if they went full 70s. That they don't need to push for super modern production while also pushing for super weird creative 70s arrangement and all of that kind of stuff. Like you'd be able to make a mix that is equally striking as anything they've got. They're just not. They're just doing, and it's weird how all of that even works, because it's like all of the stuff that they're doing it's working for their music. Like their music in particular makes sense with that. Like those drums are intensely you got the crazy soothe or whatever going on with it. It's a really exaggerated, intensified effect. But Lewis plays very, very, very lightly. So you're not going to get a Led Zeppelin sound from him. You're not even going to get a Chris Johnson sound from him, as much as his performance is way, way better than mine. But I play so many times louder than that guy. And I know that because I know the kinds of sticks he uses and how he plays and how he goes about getting his sound. And part of it is that use of this deeply synthetic modern production, where it's like, okay, just add some soothe and then some more soothe, and all these frequencies are going to be the same. And he goes against it through the menu has run into something, and he goes against it through picking these extremely old school funk tones, these old-fashioned tones. You know, when I say that, what I mean is they're not very well damped. They're not the way that he goes about getting these particular sounds is quite unusual. And yet the end result is this striking, odd. Let's run around with that. Shovel and do a little instant mining so that I can make part of this path go away, because there's too much path here. Should only go about this far. Oh, is it night? It's night. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oops. Oops, need to be doing a completely other thing, which I will do once I step aside. There, that'll hold me. Now I gotta bust out the axe because I did wrong plugin. I did wrong. Oh god, this is gonna take a lot, isn't it? You know what? We have axe snowball too. Here's what we can do with axe snowball. Let's just make all of that stuff literally could despawn and go away. That's one way of getting drops. And then let's put the watch back for what I thought was there and resume our maintenance. Yeah, now that just completely distracted me from what I was saying, so now I'm confused. Oh. So it goes. It's getting on towards noon and I never made my other cup of coffee, so that's clearly something that I need, right? Oh. And to finish up this stuff, there we go. And place in lots of blocks. And picking up lots of drops. And if we slept rather than using the watch, then time would pass and the rain would stop. But for now, we're just doing this in the rain. I'm going to finish this and place some of this so that these things grow back. But then I'm going to make that cup of coffee and throw another log on the fire because the log is getting a little bit lacking. I think Joey Saturday bailed on me. Well, so it goes. I can have quite interesting conversations with people who have really strong, passionate opposition to things I have to say because I know a lot of stuff that comes in handy. Like being able to steer people towards Bo with the fifth column comes in handy. There's a lot out there that is useful and good. Actually, let's put that on a piece of actual grass. There we go. All right, this is coming together. Over to, I think, a break. So let me... It's a time moving one. Again, a misclick. So let's not misclick. Instead, let's... Oh, I bet I'd get killed if I did that. Let's not do that. instead, we'll go in here. And we'll hang out by there. Actually, you know what? I'll be right back, but for now, alternate view for our time enough for me to put some more logs on the fire and make that other cup of coffee. We'll listen to menu music and I'll be back in a moment. It's going to be cool when I get back into actual making on these days. I want to have things set up right first in order to do that. Work through current projects, get them finished. It might seem like I'm not doing current projects when I'm doing the Minecraft thing, but you didn't see what I was up to earlier this morning. We'll have that Xmas present in mind. Which I may say is coming along well. That piece of wood is too big. put the damper on. Actually, you can sit over here in case I need you later. Almost used up. Hey. Let's see how my espresso came out. That's good. Got to kick like a mule. The weird thing about espresso is that it can seem so incredibly potent, and yet my pour-over coffees, I think, end up having more caffeine. And I guess we don't pass the night by sleeping, do we? So, out I go. And here we are. So while I'm derping around with this kind of stuff, let's use some of this extra dirt block to Wow, I made that jump. Hey, hey. Fill in this area. I'm going to have an Instamind situation here. Let's go for a little more of a natural aesthetic. Or something. All these stern blocks sitting around. See if I can think of something and then execute without wiping my place out in the process, which is always a risk. That is the sort of thing that could easily happen. I got a lot of extra grass blocks, so we might as well use those. They'll turn into dirt eventually. until they do, they look like a little layer cake. Pretty sure that's going to happen. Yep, see? It's already starting to disappear. Lucasipo asked, do I have any opinions on Bitwig? I have not tried Bitwig, honestly. This kind of gets in the way of me having any opinions on it because I have not tried it. And that is a fair criticism. I could easily entertain the idea that maybe I should. At the same time, I'm very clear on, yep, I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to have to grind some. See, here is a problem that I am doing to myself. Anytime I do things like generate more blocks using a zombie in this particular slot, and then also use that for a clock to pass time, and also use that for a sapling to plant trees, I am setting myself up for trouble. It's a very silly, foolish thing to be doing. And granted, I'm doing it, but man, this is not smart for me to be doing. I should stick to it's always the monsters on this slot, and then use other things like swap out my weapons, swap out the arrows for something. That would make better sense. Oh, what an... Oh. You're a path block, and there's no good reason for you to be a path block. Some of the challenges that I have are that the things I might try, it feels like it's often like this is the thing that has features like a modular synthesizer, except for it's a DAW. And I have a modular synthesizer, which I quite like. So I'm less likely to be excited by a thing which is like, here's a DAW version of doing the thing that you already like, not as a DAW. If that makes any sense, which I think it does. And there's some hidden snow that I'd forgotten about. You see, when you say something like a high-level version of Max or PD, that makes it more interesting to me rather than less. The notion of like programming up some kind of new thing. Ben Jordan did a video fairly recently about cool, interesting new ways of making music, which I thought was very neat. It was cool to look into some of that stuff. Oh, and this side could also use attention. Blam. Foot. All doing my instant mining practice. What would make this be nice? I'm not sure. Let's see whether we can do the sleeping method of passing nights. Waited for too long to drink more espresso. I ran out of words. But I have more. Very good. Okay, we can still do that kind too. Here, see, now that's kind of nice. Did But you can't do it underneath the door. Or can you? You can't. What if we... Nah, let's not. because the door is stuck on that thing. What am I carrying that's garbage? Ooh, we can make an airlock. Multiple doors, not done. Zombie-proof door. Oh, need to fill in this area, I think. Have not picked up the torches. Now I have. I'm going to put some of these things away. I hear somebody's music out there. I'm not sure whether you can hear it. There's some volume. Oh, and the achacha, also known as acacia. But the Minecrafters from LoadingReadyRun like calling it a cha-cha, so I'm going to call it a cha-cha. Ooh, chestception. Yeah, somebody's loud music out there. I'm assuming that's a car or truck. Grass stuff can go back in kind of fancy. Junk is oddly full. Got a lot of stuff in here. Buckets are actually kind of handy. How's our machine holding up? Honestly, pretty good. Some of these simply don't empty, but then some of them totally do. I'm thinking I might want to do some enchanting or stuff making. Oh, well, I could fix you. Look at that. Betcha I can fix this. And, oh, no, apparently I can't fix. It's not worn out enough yet, that's why. We are at level 22. Hey, Craftyman. Craftyman has showed up. So what would be fun to dupe? Could dupe some name tags. Hello, maybe this is not a good time. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. Oh, Godot. Awesome. I wonder if you can have more knockback than that. Probably not, but one can but find out. Oh, no. Nope, nope, you can't. Let's dupe up a couple of name tags, old school. Fall in the hole. Come on, fall in the hole. And snap, the job's a game. Well, that actually ain't working. I don't want that. Come on, yo. Into the hole. We're playing zombie golf. It didn't work perfectly. This is going to run out. We'll see whether it lasts for one more. Ow. And we got a zombie pigman around here. Hopefully he doesn't come in while I'm busy doing this. Ow, sir. Come over here to where you can land on the... There we go. Into the hole with you. And not me. Come on. There he is. Well, I got lots more name tags anyways. And we've got a dude chilling out in here. You just keep on doing that. Oh, but I bet I can't sleep because there's monsters nearby. And it is getting on toward that time, isn't it? Oh, hello. There we are. I'm going to rinse out my coffee cup. Let's see. Another log on there. Putting the logs on the fire has its own special thing going on where if they're not stacked up in a nice way, they won't burn properly. You get into this sort of thing where all of the things that you touch and do need to be special and good. Which is a situation maybe sometimes to avoid. Like, not everything has to be special and awesome. It's tempting. You end up drawn to that way of being where all that you do has to perform super well and be amazing. Kind of exhausting. Might very well be an argument for not getting too hung up in that sort of thing. Oh, random chest with random stuff. Hello. I feel like I remember I used to have this one. I did. Well, we'll put back the one that I used to have then. We'll start some name tags here instead. Maybe we'll gather up some more horse armor. Maybe we'll do horse-oriented things. Seeing as we have all the name tags for them and all. Now, some of the trick to that is, like, it's all very well making horses, but when your levels are so high that the horse ends up being impossibly fast and it just smashes itself into things, it's less feasible. It's just the ergonomics of horse are not as good when that happens. Oh, hi, are we playing on my bed? I can't sleep while you're doing that. I assume you know that, yes? I think you can't actually repair horse armor either, although wouldn't that be neat if you could? Well, you can name it. You can name it, you may not be able to repair it. I'm not sure if it can be worn out. Let's find out. Follow in the hole, please. There you go. Goes in the air a little bit, so we need to close. Swerving around. Oh, we have your little friend, do we? Now we inadvertently have two of these buggers instead of just the one. Didn't expect that one. Armor is doing well though. go. Back to 1. He's wearing green armor, so it takes him a while. Oh, I hear the noise of another. Come on, fall in the hole. Way up. There we go. Did he fall in the hole so hard he died? Nope. I'll just shoot you, sir. This is one of those really tough guys. They don't drop. Oh, no matter, got the horse armor. Yeah, they don't seem to take any damage. They're just there. So repairing them is not so much of a thing. Meanwhile, Mr. Dude over here. Oh, and fire is going super well now. Damper. Swear to God, I should set up a fire cam. Wouldn't that be cute? There are a variety of things I would kind of like to have. Airwindows Yule log. Yep, something like that. Wooden sword. What happens if you mine stuff with a wooden sword? But then, like with this, if I tried to break this with a wooden sword, it should work. And did. There's another one that's all empty. There's one that's pretty empty. I mean, I could just throw this in a furnace or something. I don't actually need to be breaking it this way. It's going to be something of a eccentric. Oh, somebody's doing. I'm feeling the mysterious magnetism that tells me somebody is playing with the. Oh, hello. That sounds like a sad pigger. Okay, picking a fight with him, not the bestest of ideas. He's a fairly tough guy, isn't he? So without picking fights with that guy, I was going to mine another one of these with the simple sword, trying to wear it out. And I keep feeling dragon egg snowballs. Somebody's got a dragon egg snowball. Play with that outside at night, you'll love it. There we are, reloaded that a little bit. Can also do a little refilling from the bits that are empty, such as they are. That works. Nobody put mine in the corner. Now we have the river Leith for things that we just want to forget. Bye. Now what even? What you're working on in the game? Honestly, I'm drawing a bit of a blank. I have, however, filled in some of these things, like I can show you what I did. Is there a I know the diamond block snowball just places diamond blocks, but is there a regular diamond snowball? No, so we'll leave it there. Or a chest snowball. Okay. That looks almost like a glitched out half chest, but it's not. Yeah, here's one thing that I did. We could make this be a lot sillier. I don't have to stop here. These trees could continue to go up and up and up and up and up and up. Would that be fun? Oh, and we got somebody with the redstone torch too. But yeah, here is something that I did. We made this dark and spooky forest, and that used to be just the top of a big old snow half sphere. I've cleaned up the path a little bit there, so the path leads towards this my first base. We've got other space here that could be used for something. Haven't built anything there yet. I could fix this hole. That might work. I'm kind of warming to the idea of like fixing stuff stream. Oh, hey there, doggo. Like I just threw a bunch of grass block in here, but I don't need all that much. Look at all the fancy stuff in here. It's not all that fancy, really. And grab all that dirt out of there. Sure, let's go and fill in that hole. Have I ever beat the Ender Dragon? Yeah, we have beat the Ender Dragon on this server. And it was a little weird. Oh, horse time. Turns out the arrow snowballs don't actually hurt the Ender Dragon, or something like that. We were having some kind of problem with it. Here we are. Oh, I should fill it in accurately, apart from this stripe, of course. That means I should have some stone, so let's go and get some stone. I must surely have just stone, and sure enough, there is some stone. How much more just plain stone do I have? There we go. That's probably going to be enough. I can use up some of this just random detritus everywhere. Turn this into grass block. Oop. Aim a little better there. We will soon have this turned to regular terrain. And yeah, I could use snowballs just to place all of this. But this is a day of derping around. The challenging work that I did this morning and yesterday on the special Christmas present that I have for Airwindows users has gone quite well, so I needn't worry too much about efficiently Minecrafting. This is just filling up space, derping around and being silly. Let's make some more stone block. Now that actually startled me. Can't see where it's coming from though. This reminds me a little bit of the making of that arena that we did, the ice rink. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have suggested before, and yeah, there is Airwindows Christmas present. Might be to your liking. We'll try not to hint about it too much. Something like that. I think I used up a fair amount of my energy earlier this morning getting into various debatey conversations and things, which was interesting in its own right. It's been a little while. Dude showed up kind of like the one that was yelling at me on my website, saying, "You must stop being a degenerate." It's always interesting to turn that kind of thing into a more sophisticated conversation than it really started out as. still carrying a clock. Let's yeet this into morning. Oh, there's where dawn comes. Okay. I think also my voice gets tired. It's quite a change to switch from being like isolated and not talking or doing anything to all of a sudden talking for 8 hours at a stretch. I'm probably going quiet at times like this, partly because my voice and throat and so on are simply physically tired. My hope is that it will become useful. Like, I would like to be able to do things like sing songs and stuff. I already sort of can. One of the things I was beginning to say earlier and ran out of attention was that the songs I've done lately are along the lines of fixing the wrong notes in things. Like I've done some of that because I could, because Reaper had that stuff built in. A lot of DAWs do, honestly. And so I had the capacity of fixing wrong notes and learned how to do that fairly effectively. So I do it a number of ways. Like I will comp together a track and then fix wrong notes in it. Comping being usually the way I've traditionally done that. I am thinking of taking other directions though, because I'm still really interested in the idea of making human-styled music and making it work somehow. Because it's very easy for it not to work for people, I feel. I feel like it's awfully easy to do stuff and sing or create or whatever, and then run into really negative people who are just like, that completely sucks, you played that wrong, your timing is off, why don't you get a real drummer, all that kind of stuff. And it simultaneously is not really attending to what I'm trying to do with the thing, while also being discouraging and negative. So I'm typically not thrilled when that happens, but it has me thinking in terms of like, how can I adapt what I'm doing to fit better? For instance, one of the thoughts I had was it might work fairly well for me to take a guitar, for instance, and lay down a basic track which is not machine-like accurate. Because I can do the machine-like accurate, and I do that with my modular synthesizer. Like I can lay down basic tracks where they're not going to be unsteady. And I've even discovered that if I go full hog, right, if I do the whole thing of record the song, lay down the basic tracks, lay them down using the synths, and then play on top of those things and play a bunch of different instruments on top of those things, I will end up with something where it's steady because it's based on the original tracks, but there are enough of the alternate sounds, there are enough of the human instruments that you can't fixate on any one so easily that you hear immediately, oh yeah, that just played a wrong note, because there's a bunch of them pulling and pushing, and that gives the sound. Like this, I experience this every time with Rise. Rise is the track that I did, and what I've got going on with that is, let's see, dirt. Let's have more dirt. What I've got going on with that track is if I isolate the drums, people complain. If I isolate the bass, people complain. Anything that I isolate off of that track, you hear problems immediately. If I mix it properly and have everything going together, it sounds like rock and roll. And that's because it's a human performance. There's this push-pull thing that happens when you've got these. Maybe I want more in the way of, let's get a little bit more in the way of dirt. Although I don't really need to. How much do I want to place only dirt underneath the layer of grass? Not all that much. One of those tough guys. Come on, you. Careful. So what I've been thinking of is, on the one hand, there's the possibility of laying down basic tracks using the modular synthesizer, being able to lay down stuff. You could do that with a DAW as well. I have not yet begun to experiment with using the VCV Rack, although I have support for it. I've got that in such a way that I'm making it possible for people to use it and get somewhere with it. Like, it's one of the platforms. Thanks to Bacon Paul, thanks to his help, I'm able to support that platform now. But that still involves laying down tracks that, in which the assumption is having them be perfect like a machine is correct. And I had made some notes that you saw me put down just when I was fooling with the stove. I made some notes around there. My notes for the moment around musical stuff says integration, long-form concert music, high production value, improvised arrangement / over underdubbing. Underdubbing is from Eric Serafin. He calls it underdubbing when you've recorded something and then you throw it away, which I think is a good concept there. I've also got, my plan is to do stuff where I lean more heavily on things being one take, because I am currently reading that I consistently keep buying these books on recording and mixing and stuff. Not to say mixing, but there's a series of books out there. They are called All the Songs, and there's a particular company that is manufacturing these and has done lots of them. I've got Led Zeppelin, I've got Pink Floyd. I had their one on Rolling Stones and ended up getting rid of it again. I resold it for trade-in value at this store. We're going to fill in this entire thing, aren't we? We're going to fill that in. It's going to be flush. And I'm reading the one on David Bowie right now. Well, not right now, but these days. I've only gotten into, it's not even to the funk section. I've gotten up to pinups. And one of the things that it says about his music and recording is that he has this tendency of wanting to do all of the tracks in one take. Like a bunch of David Bowie's vocal performances actually were one-take performances. And this is because, kind of like Elton John, he's sort of lazy and doesn't have the patience for it, and so he blows off the idea of grinding away at it until it's perfect. And that's interesting, because I've done stuff like that. The book series is all the songs. I've bought a bunch of these. I keep hoping that I'll be able to get technical details out of them, although sometimes you can see, like, the guitar that he had at a particular time or whatever, but usually they're short on the technical side, which I find frustrating. Margotin and Goyston, I think, are some of the original producers of this series. Yep, good morning. And that informs some of my intentions around the music making, because I always want to do more of the music making, but I always find it very frustrating and get stopped easily. Usually because I feel like I should be able to do it better. And this is also why some of these things I can't do on stream, because somebody will pop up and be like, "You did that wrong," and then I won't be able to continue because a man said I did it wrong. I have to stop now, It's silly, but it's true. It's the reality of, struggling with confidence around things. And that's normal. It's almost like the more capable you are of actually doing a thing, you're bound to have enough good taste that you can tell when you're not controlling your instrument well enough. So your worst enemy is yourself. You shut yourself down. And then if somebody comes and also shuts you down, that's sort of double jeopardy and a very serious obstacle to being able to persist. So I'm thinking in terms of, I know that I can get around the problems of timing by just using machines. But I'm losing interest because another one of the things that I said is machines have regularity but no intention. And if I am to do music again, I want to do music that conveys intentionality, where it's like, oh wow, he meant to do that. I feel that music sounds like that's somebody who meant to do the thing. Because that is what AI will fail to do. I'm going to fill in a lot of area here. AI will tend to seriously fail to demonstrate intentionality. It will tend to be very lacking in that because there's nothing there. And AI isn't even really a thing. It's just kind of an emptiness sitting there trying to be treated as people. It doesn't want anything. It doesn't mean anything. And the more people lean on like AI methods for making music, AI methods for making this, methods for making that, the more obvious it will be that something is gravely lacking. So this is something I'm real interested in digging into, doing more of, is finding ways to magnify the human element in this stuff. So I know that I'm able to make another thing that I was doing is recent drum tracks I've done have been sped up. Because I feel like I want to make a particular sound that goes along with heavy drumsticks. But my sense of time is wobbly. Like you've seen me doing videos where I'm listening to something and my eyes start blinking like mad, like having seizures or something, and that's because ideas are happening. Well, that can interfere with my sense of timing. I have trouble being able to click into the, drummer mind of like no brain, just making the motions and doing a perfectly steady beat that is not wavering in the slightest. That's very difficult for me to do. But I can chase a wobbly bit like nobody's business. And that's not something that people know how to do anymore. So that's another possibility. So I've thought of the idea of getting like a bass guitar track going and having that guitar track intentionally like push or shift in tempo or something like that. Have it not be static, have it be more flexible. And then on the back of that, learn to, so instead of using the computers, instead of using the machines, good point, Oli. John's laziness may not have been the only birth of ADT, but it had a great deal to do with why the Beatles got into it very heavily, because he was always game for using the machine rather than doing a double. That said, if you have a wonky vocal but you can sing it twice, the double makes it sound like you meant to do that. It's a very common technique. Very, very, very common technique in classic rock. And that may well be another thing that I'm able to do, is sing stuff where I can express a mood. Sing it a certain way so that you can kind of hear the intention from it. And it might even be wonky sounding. But if I can sing it wonky sounding twice, that changes everything. That's the big secret of that, and it showed up on Rise as well, but it didn't need to, is the Slade trick. And I've mentioned this before, but you can never say some of these things too many times when they're like classic rock secrets never to be told. The Slade trick is this. If you were so bad at singing that you sing something twice and it still sounds like garbage, sing it 6 times. And then it'll sound like a Slade vocal. The bit in Rise at the very beginning where it goes, yeah, that is a Slade style, 6 tracks, no particular care taken to how it was sung. And it forms into a gang vocal sound, and it sounds on purpose when you do that. There you have it. That's the trick. So what I'm thinking about doing, and earlier when I was doing this, and let's see, what can we do to flatten out all of this even more? Let's encase this a cha-cha in grass. It'll be just a little bit shorter than the other cha-cha. I was getting criticism for one of my tracks. I almost don't remember what it was now, but it was something. It was a track that I did. And I was trying to express what I meant by it. And one of the things I did in explaining what I was doing and why I was doing it the way that I was doing it is I brought up a bunch of other tracks, and I was like, yeah, but listen to this. And it was the one that was being complained about was one of my drum tracks or one of my bass tracks. I think it was a guy who was like, the bass is completely wrong, the drums are completely wrong. And I was like, oh yeah, well listen. And I bring up a bunch of the other tracks. I bring up vocals. I bring up, the drums. And I go, now that I'm playing all this together, what do you think? Because what had happened, oh, baby horse. You can feed him to make him grow up quicker. Or you can tether him. That's the thing is, for instance, this song Rise. The vocals hold that together. If you listen to classic rock documentaries, for instance, the classic albums, one on Who's Next, you can experience this as they show what Keith Moon's drums were like, and they play Keith Moon's drums along with the vocals for Behind Blue Eyes. And it just makes a lot of sense. He's putting in these fills and stuff, and Keith was not the steadiest of drummers. He's probably close to as wobbly as me, and it's not because he's a bad drummer, but he just would go kind of wild. His brain would seize up, and he would just freak out and wail away on the drums. That's part of why that sound is the way it is. It ties together the rest of the instruments. But by the same token, when he's playing along with a vocal, he's playing along with the vocal and emphasizing what exists in the vocal rather than just sticking himself to a fixed time signature. And that's really important because that provides the intentionality of it. 1 minute warning for those who are stuck with ads. But it also emphasizes what that voice is doing. If you have a voice that is singing a particular line, and it's like, say, we'll go to Behind Blue Eyes. I don't think I can get in any trouble singing Behind Blue Eyes on stream. So if you go, if my fist clenches, crack it open. And that particular way of somebody was doing. If you're going like click, 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 click. If my fist clenches, crack it open. And that didn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It didn't make any sense with the time signature I was putting down. But the swing of the way the vocal is expressed may not be that close to what the time signature would demand from perfection, or vice versa, what perfection would demand from the time signature. I'll just stick with that one line. And if you know something, a thing I have here is a literal metronome because I was going to use that to set up my Zox box. So I have this in such a way that I can make it. See? If my fist clenches, crack it open. Before I use it, lose my cool. But if you were going to make it be really tight, if my fist clenches, crack it open. Before I use it, lose my cool. And you attach it too tightly to the click, and you start sounding kind of 80s. And you start sounding kind of 80s because that's when they started really internalizing that everything had to be stuck to a click. Whereas the 70s rock stuff, they were a lot more interested in just swinging with it and making a feeling out of the music as it was being expressed. And that stuff can be hard to replace as far as if you're programming it in or if you're listening to music and hoping to have feelings like that again. You can't necessarily go back and have the feeling of, wow, yeah, that was rockin' and awesome and stuff, if it's not being supported by the recording and performance of the band that you're working with. You don't just get that by playing accurately. What happens is, as with Keith Moon, he's listening to the vocals while he's laying down his drums, which I guess he was doing that last or something. The way they describe it, he's following that stuff. And so he's learned how that's being sung by Roger Daltrey. And in this documentary, they describe how he is like throwing in these fills all the time. And in particular, they take a moment where there is a passage that they're just playing the song, right? And he just plays straight through without doing anything. And then all of a sudden, when Roger Daltrey goes, "If I swore anything evil," that's when he throws fills in. And he's putting a cap on top of what the vocal is doing. He's following the feel of what Roger Daltrey is singing and just improvising these quirky, weird fills and stuff on top of them. And you're emphasizing the humanity of the vocal by doing that, but it's not easy to do. It requires not so much discipline as just wild, ungainly enthusiasm and flailing around doing this goofy stuff. That's what it takes. And that's something, I know how to do that to an extent. And I have the interest in continuing to do it, learning to do it more. But one of the things that I would need to do in order to jump into that would most likely be doing things like thinking up a song and writing it and laying down the guitar part, for instance. And playing that guitar with enthusiasm and aggression, just getting ambitious with it, and then tracking everything else over. There's another rock and roll story. I think it's the band Fastway. Fastway were known for being one of the bands that got harmed by people trying to fight payola. There was a record company that was attempting to not deal with independent promoters, which is the post-payola. And band Fastway with Fast Eddie Clarke is one of the test beds for when they tried to not use the independent promoters and failed. And that band lost their career because the record company didn't want to pay the Mafia guys. The promoters were able to stifle them. But it is said of that band that, oh, for heaven's sake. No, wrong answer. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Thank you. What was I even attempting? I don't think I even meant to fire a snowball with that one. I think I was just trying to place a block. It is said that Fast Eddie Clarke was such a good guitar player that they could lay their tracks by just having him play the rhythm guitar part. And he would be the click track for the band. and he just played the rhythm guitar. Plenty of other bands have been like, yeah, we play together to play the basic tracks, and that's how they rolled. Fastway, apparently, it's like, okay, the rhythm guitar player plays the initial tracks because he is the best at playing in time, and you just ran with that. So yeah, part of the idea is getting more used to laying tracks, and then rather than doing what I have been doing, what I've done before, which is, these are my computer, these are my modular synthesizer, so I know this is not wrong timing. And now I'm going to play a batch of rock instruments over the top of that, and it will help orient me, much like as if it was a click track, except for it's not. And then having done that, I'll have my basic tracks going, and then it won't sound as wonky because I'll have a reference, and the reference is kind of leading me towards playing in time. But the alternative to that is, instead, let's just track one of the analog instruments, and then maybe I'll have, a pulsing drum track or whatever, and it's an electronic drum, but I'll play it in using an instrument, rather than having there be no sequencers. Instead, everything has to get just played in to match that original track, which was never to a click. It's like, if I can make that work, it will not sound like modern music anymore. It will start sounding like 70s funk or whatever. And the whole trick about that stuff is, how close can you get to the groove? Because the groove is not necessarily a machine-like rhythm, but there is going to be a groove of some kind to chase and catch and find. Back in the day, and this is in a Rolling Stones book by Stanley Booth, talking about how they got their bass player, Bill Wyman. And early on, they got their basic musicians together. And when they were getting Bill Wyman, he initially played more rigidly. They were trying to invent rock and roll, these guys, for the most part. Like, they knew what it was, but they were trying to invent rock rather than just rock and roll. And they were going on a blues basis to start with all of that stuff. And they were learning how to be the Rolling Stones. That was the whole point. And it is said that Wyman started out being a little bit more stiff. He wasn't grooving that well, but eventually he loosened up and started to really lock with the groove that the Stones were doing. And that's going to be a distinct and separate thing, unlike just a machine-like rhythm. This is how that kind of thing is learned, is figuring out how to do that particular thing. Like, invent a groove, then have everybody match that groove. Then it sounds like it's a thing, and you don't find anybody is doing it wrong. If 3 different people are doing the wrong thing together, it's on purpose. If 6 different vocals are singing the wrong note together, it's slayed. If 2 different vocals are singing the wrong note together, it's a rock and roll vocal. Especially if it is an emotive expression of some kind, where it's not just wrong note, but the guy tends to sing this particular thing flat because it's a sad note or something. That's how that's done. That's how you get to a place like that. And I'm very interested to explore these ideas. It's very in line with what I've always cared about as a musician. I hope to also be making videos where they're more along the lines of playing these records for people, much like the React channel guys do. But since I can't do a first time hearing, this track, I'm old. I've grown up on some of these things. I've heard them a million times. For the purpose of the YouTube-y thing, I need to make up a concept around it that's a little bit like, first time I ever heard the thing. But instead, it's its own concept. Whether that be, secrets of or something, that could work, because I've done a number of things like this in the past, and they've never really taken off, and I've never really been able to repeatedly do them. Like, I can do the plugins. I have been doing the plugins. It seems like I'm able to repeatedly do the showing up and largely playing a bunch of Minecraft all day. That proves to be something that I can do, especially if I don't get too hung up on, it has to have a powerful meaning and be important. It's like, no, this is just derping around, but I have a lot to say. I drink my espressos and then start chattering about this stuff. And that has its own thing, and it serves the very important purpose of me speaking and using my voice. So if I do sing a song, my vocal muscles will be actually able to do something. And it'll help me get more out of what I want to do with my life, kind of thing. So I'd like to do the listening to records more, and I don't feel those can be my live streams because it'll just immediately, even if I pick stuff that is not copyright immediately, all that'll happen is stuff will be copyright struck, and they might even take down the stream. So I might as well just make that be individual videos, and my hope is that I can do something along those lines. I also want to have the graphics. Ideally, this would happen once I get whatever help I need to do that meter. The one that I can no longer even build, but I've got a couple of copies of it. And when I show a funny meter that colors and pictures and things, it's the old metering that I designed for the purpose of making the Evergreens series, which is its own thing. I would like to also be able to do these demonstration purposes things, be able to show people this is how you do this sound. This sound that people can't do anymore, and we're not even anywhere near it, is done like this. These are the secrets behind what the people did. Like all of the stuff that I'm doing with Rise is, when I play bits of it for people, it's completely different because it's been recorded as individual chunks. That's an Eddie Offord secret. Eddie is the engineering for Yes at the time, and he absolutely did just record them playing bits of the songs, and then he tape edited that stuff together. That's part of the secret. That's how you do it. They learned how to play it, which is not to say that the stuff that they played in concert sounds like what the studio versions sound like, because the studio versions were edited together one of the things that happens is that you cannot keep stuff to a grid if you're editing it together with tape editing. You're just not going to be able to make it match that closely. And indeed, the great stuff in some of these tracks, there's moments in there where it's a dramatic moment. It bursts from one piece of the song into another piece of the song. When those are done using the tape editing, often what can happen to make it be a more exciting tape edit is that the tempo pushes a little bit. Like you've got this one piece of the song, and then it bursts forth and goes into another piece of the song. That might jump ahead in time. It's literally something that can happen. Is you can have stuff where the track that you're doing can literally jump ahead in time on the recording, the studio version. And so the musicians would have to learn how to do that live in concert and match the edit. And so you get stuff where the studio version has this particular energy and magic to it. And then the live versions are also very cool. But they don't vibe exactly the same as the studio version at all. This is something that happens to Yes quite a bit. They've got these amazing studio versions. They've got these amazing live versions. The live versions have a more natural flow to them because they're not tape edits. So they have to kind of play through and remember how bits go together. They learned the song as it was performed in the studio, but it was performed in the studio by a tape edit. And anytime two different parts have slightly different timings or slightly different tempos, the tape edit can bridge between different sections that have subtly different time signatures or subtly different tempos. And any such alteration, you only have to be able to play it through in the one part. Like if you can keep the one beat going steadily, then that will be solid. And then if the other beat is a different kind of piece and it plays steadily but different, the combination of those two things can add together into a really striking part where you have dramatic arranged things changing back and forth between each other. And the studio version can be more dramatic than the human version because what's happening is it's as if you have the machines, and you could do this with the machine as well, too. I'm not saying you can't. You could set up the machine, and people have been known to do that kind of thing, where it's, here's part A, and then we're going to bust over to part B, which is a little bit faster, but also, like, you can take a tempo map, like you have in Logic, for instance. And then you could take that tempo map and then bump the tempo up just before you hit the chorus. And the next thing you know, the chorus is bursting in a little bit sooner than it should. But it's a subtle change. And then it doesn't actually swing back to the original time frame. Instead, you're like everything rushes a little bit hard. Everything jumps in a little bit soon. And this is something that like bands like the Rolling Stones or the Who would do organically and naturally. They just play it that way be like, oh God, or the police is another example. The police is another example where Andy Summers was always cranky with Stuart Copeland for playing live and rushing everything. Like, slow the fuck down. And that's absolutely part of how that stuff can work as a live experience. Is the drummer wants to bash into the chorus with extra aggression, so he not only pumps up the tempo a little bit, but it also hits a little early. And this is partly due to what one can try to do as a performer, something that I think Bill Bruford has often been able to do on purpose, is you're describing the shape of time. You're describing the shape of musical event. So what you might do is, the big dramatic bit is about to hit. So you put a front edge onto that musical statement by slamming in with the kick or whatever a little bit earlier than it would technically require. And so the next thing you know, everybody is into the chorus a little bit faster than they expected. There is drama, there is energy behind that. 1 minute warning for anybody who is dealing with ads. And as a result, we're defining shapes in music that can't come out of a machine without a lot of intervention. Which is not to say that you couldn't design a machine and tell it to make choices like that. But we haven't had anybody doing it. The easiest way of experimenting with this is not so much to design a machine to do it. Hey, dang, Dr. G. As much as it is do music where you're playing the lead track not to a click, and then everything else has to chase you. And there's also a reference for that being done. Ever heard of the Van Morrison album Astral Weeks? Astral Weeks is the way it is because Van, at that time in his life, couldn't play with people very effectively. And the songs were too personal, and they couldn't really figure him out, so they just sat him down with his acoustic guitar and went, fine, play the music, and then we'll figure out what to do with it afterwards. And so he sat down with just himself and an acoustic guitar. And we're swimming in the slipstream in the viaducts of our dreams. Just the guy and the acoustic guitar. And then the rest of it's overdubbed. I'll tell you another example. Syd Barrett. The Syd Barrett album, especially the second album, Barrett, but also the first one, The Madcap Laughs, I think. You got a song like Baby Lemonade. You ever heard Barrett's Baby Lemonade? Listen to Baby Lemonade sometime and think about the tempo. Baby Lemonade is tracked over Syd Barrett's guitar and voice part. As a result of that, the drums feel wonky as hell, and that's because the drums are chasing a acoustic guitar part where the tempo is wobbly. The tempo is just all over the place. And that's because that's what the basic track was doing. That's how Syd was playing it. And so if they wanted to put bass and drums and things over, I think it was Dave Gilmour playing bass. Let's have a big old place without these torches, now that so much of this is without torches. I think it's Dave playing bass, Jerry Shirley playing drums. And that's what happened with that album. That's why it sounds the way that it does. If you want to go into the studio and do a Baby Lemonade in your DAW, it's not going to be about, we have to turn the randomize all the way up. All the drums and things have to have random tempos and wobble around like crazy. No. That's not how that's done at all. How it's done is you get a freaked out guy playing the initial song, and he's singing and playing on guitar, whether that be Syd Barrett, whether that be Van Morrison with Astro Weeks, plenty of other examples as well. Get them in there playing their song, and then track everything else chasing it. And I see some other stuff. Igor talking about Surge Synthesizer. We should play with Surge Synths. How about we do a little playing with Surge Synths? Once I finish placing some of these blocks, we'll take a detour into Surge Synth. I'm pretty sure I can unplug my little control surface maybe, and then plug in something else. I don't think I have a keyboard on there, but that's a worthwhile thing to do, and it would work just as well as this. However, one thing you can do, help me out. Let's have a conversation about what you are trying to do beyond just this is an oscillator, this is a filter. I can talk you through some of that stuff while placing blocks. Like if you want to do something more advanced, what specifically have you got in mind? Ooh, Crafty Man has made it to another fortress. I guess another one, or you haven't been down there before? Because that's always going to be the primary thing. You can't go by somebody else's opinion on this is advanced. The big question is, what are you trying to make happen? What do you want to do? And that's honestly the interesting part anyway. Because one of the nice things about Surge is it's very accessible, and you can kind of get into all manner of things to do. And it's fairly approachable regardless of which thing you're trying to do with it. So cough up some ideas on what you're trying to do that you're looking for tutorials about. Meanwhile, this is going fairly well, I think. Next thing you know, somebody comes by with TNT and all of my work is useless and done. At which point I jump over to Surge and start playing with that instead. It's like, ha! I dare you to throw some TNT at this. It's Surge. My backache is kicking in a little bit, but it's not too serious. Not yet. Yeah, that's also another thing. It's like if you don't have direction enough that what you're looking for is tutorials on sound design to give you ideas of things to do, that's a separate concern. I wonder if I can flatten this out. Might be a thing. Trying to do that in time. Different features, different sounds. Okay, so it's more along the lines of not knowing what even some of the things are that one could do. Like if I said cross modulation and you said what? Just a moment and I will make time go ahead. Sets in this direction, rises in this direction. Where we go. Good enough. Yeah, there is honestly a lot to do with sound design and such. Man, I went from espresso to yawns. Look at me. Let me think. So the kinds of things that I often like to do with sound design are make the sound more complicated than just East Coast. Like a filter and an oscillator. Your traditional Tangerine Dream like Moog sound or whatever. It's all very cool. It's all very East Coast. That can be nice. You can filter in various ways. That's sort of just the basics. That's just the beginnings. Whereas the stuff that I get excited about is the weirder, more outlandish things. Often this has to do with frequency modulation. Often it's stuff like cross modulation. If you want a sound to like scream or roar or whatever, there's a chaotic quality to organic sounds like screams and things. Where, rather than me like, ah, if you go, ah, actually, no, that was just a wrong note. Ah, that's like 2 notes there. It was horrible, but it was 2 notes. And that's because there is a non-linearity going on. It's no longer a steady state note. Instead, there's that scream quality, meaning that the oscillation of the vocal cords is no longer simple. And you can get that with like bad technique. You can also do it on purpose. Usually your voice has to go really loud in order to make those kinds of noises. But that's also the kind of stuff that you run into when doing sound design in a more advanced mode and making sounds that depart sharply from your usual, normal, ordinary, sane, reasonable sounding kind of things. Mistakes were made. Okay. There we go. It is quicker that way. It's just scarier. That's why I have a special place for spawning these guys. So if you want to make a scream sound out of a synthesizer, you got to do something beyond simply an oscillator and a filter. And rather than buy a special oscillator that does that, you can cross-modulate, you can patch things together. You can do this in Surge. It's also possible to dive even deeper into it with stuff like VCV Rack, where you're literally patching stuff together. And it does it in a not so simple way, somewhat not as controllable, less efficient certainly. One of the things with Surge is that it is very into being efficient so that it can have high voice counts. And I often would prefer the tone of the oscillators and things to be different in such a way that they're coded to use like double precision values or whatever. They're very much into the all audio is made of floats. And I specifically invented floating point dither because floats alone were not satisfactory or adequate to me. But that's a whole other story. Yeah, synths are cool. I enjoy them immensely. I've been meaning to do more with, like, when I get back into the studio in such a way that I'm actually doing music and stuff again, my hope is to jump into doing some more work with the Summit. I've got an Ovation Summit. It's like an Ovation Peak, but bigger. And I am looking forward to diving into that because I've already done things where I have a patch that showed up in some of my tracks that's acting a little bit like the Yamaha CS80, because the CS80 has a particular cross-modulation trick that it can do. That is, hello? Okay, you're not tied up to that at all, are you? Or are you? Let's find out. I guess you must be, huh? Yep. It looks like you're tied there. I just can't see the rope. So we will avoid busting that one off. If you're looking into learning more about synth, it's definitely worth listening to a bunch of electronic music and seeing what jumps out, especially if you can't figure out how a noise is made. Those are the exciting ones. Those are fun to do. Get into a thing and it's like, how did it even do that? What even is that? Because those are the ones we can replicate. Those are the ones we can figure out how they were done. Every little calculation done using a float, as in floating point number, as in 32-bit float specifically, means that the outside edge of the variable gets degraded slightly. The outside edge of the variable is essentially working like it is a 25-bit fixed point number. And that might seem more than enough, except for every little calculation done on a 32-bit float imposes quantization at the outside edge. And by that I mean value goes from -1 to 1. So from 0.5 to 1, all of the samples there, if you do anything with them, they're going to degrade a little bit. The closer you get to silence, the closer you get to 0, the more resolution you've got to work with. But it will degrade. It will also degrade with doubles, but it takes way longer to notice. Let's see. So that looks pretty. I can live with that. Now, let's... Oh, I see. We've got a cliff here, huh? Fancy that. Well, that won't last for very long. We'll get rid of it. Oh. Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day. And you are going to end up... Oh, hello. Oh, pff. That is just more snow. And I've made snowballs without meaning to. We'll fix that. Now, if I find time to actually sleep in a bed and pass this rain. Probably also a fine time to throw another log on the fire. It was 20 degrees when I got up. This place doesn't stay warm under those circumstances. Giant bit of coals in here. Big old hog. That's going to pick up pretty good. And back we go. So I'm on my own here. And if I'm not careful, I'll end up with my inventory literally full of snowballs. I wonder if I can throw these like a normal snowball. Let's find out. I can, but the last one won't go away. And then if I'm not careful, I'll be making all of these crazy things again. So, back to the shovel. Got lots of dirt now. Gonna want to get down to this level. Oh, 1 minute warning for ad people. If any of you actually like that kind of stuff, it probably helps me. Like when people tolerate watching them and stuff. It probably helps my stream. Don't know. I would imagine that it would. Oops. There we go with more of the snowballs again. Well, maybe they'll despawn. Oh, let's see. Time to get pickaxing. How did I first learn to make plugins? Asks Dang Dr. J. Mostly it was about, well, there is actually an answer to that. I started building audio software in a program called Real Basic. Long time ago. I learned to make plugins by doing a program that changed the sound of things, and I was doing stuff like dithers, and it could only operate in batch processing because I didn't have any capacity for making stuff that would calculate on the fly. Like, I didn't actually have plugins. What I had was a program that painstakingly loaded Apple AIFF files and tracked what they were manually, like read the header, figured out what the header meant, and started reading sample data, and it read that stuff raw, turned it into floating point numbers, I'm pretty sure, did some calculations on it, some of which, like some of my plugins and some of my dithers come from as far back as that. And then went through and wrote AIFF files again from raw data, and wrote the headers and things by hand because I did not have libraries in Real Basic to do any sound processing at all. I'm going to make something on Stone Foundation here. What? I don't know, but I'm going to make something on a Stone Foundation. That's very much doing stuff the hard way, but that's how I went about doing it. We should fight the wither. We should get like wither skulls and make beacons and stuff like that. That's something we have not yet done. Only need one wither skeleton skull. And then we can make all the withers in the world. Chris is sitting here trying to figure out, is that something I literally actually really want to do right now? I do not know. I am unsure. But I've uncovered more snow to bust block by block, so there's that. And in a couple of hours, it's going to be time to get ready to make my dinner, tacos, as ever. Not literally the only thing that I eat, but I make that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so that coincides with streaming days. I top off the streaming with tacos and also watching an episode of Hell's Kitchen, because that is my habit. It's a weird habit, but it is the habit. I got protection 4, protection 4, protection 4, and protection 4, so that'll do. I made a point of trying to get better armor after a bunch of streams where I didn't have armor set up at all. So that ought to be good. Then the question is, if they can't be hit very effectively, like the dragon was having problems getting hit by my arrows. And that's a big problem, considering that the main Snowball Madness thing is being able to fire those insane arrows. Without that, you're a lot more defenseless than you would want to be. We've got a lot of random stuff. Maybe I should put some of these things away before digging out more. Yeah, inventory is full, can no longer pick up anything. Dirt counts as junk. Oh, and grass counts as kind of coal blocks. And we got one full stack left here. Do we have any wither skulls? I don't remember seeing any of them. I am still working on this, so focus on there for the moment. But I have not forgotten this notion of attacking the nether. And remember, it's not necessarily that easy for me, because I can be a bit of a derp and I don't necessarily know that much what I'm doing. But it might still be doable. Even if it is not exactly easy, might still be able to do it. Oh. Accidental snowball making. What the hey is that? Random wool for no reason, okay? How'd that even end up in there? We got a prehistoric sheep. It's getting embedded in dirt. Oh, I see. Just a bunch of snow to dispose of. Oh, but first... Hey, Craft Human. Wrong thing. There we go. We got designs on this, by gosh. Doesn't matter that it doesn't make any coherent sense. We're just doing things. Maybe I'll use glass to encase this and sort of, this can be just a sort of area of some kind. Not even sure what. Horse tuning area. Or I'll put a bunch of minecart rails down there and it can be the rolling around in little circles. The model trains area, there we go. The model trains area made on carved stone. We'll do a little tiny roller coaster. And we'll ignore this stuff. It's Minecraft. It doesn't care whether this is here or not. Just randomly stretching stuff out for no good reason. Maybe we can do something that seems really cool with it later. Okay. Speaking of which, hi. You can extend this direction. Up to roughly where these trees go. Yeah. And I can fill in a little bit, and that will be just fine. Oh, interesting. Random cave. Random deep cave. Neat. That's cool. Not sure what's down there. Oh, can't go quite that far. We need to stop around here so that this kind of fits. Or thereabouts. Okay, cool, cool. Sort of art of making the big weird structure. This is how we roll some days. Man, if my stomach starts rumbling, excuse me, I'm starting to get starving. Looking forward for dinner, which is going to be in about 3 hours. The day that I made a grilled cheese sandwich for breakfast, I didn't get nearly so hungry playing, but I also had to take a break for the obvious. So it's like Zappa says, if it ain't one thing, it's another. The dangerous kitchen. If it ain't one thing, it's another. In the middle of the night when you get home, the bread things are all dry and scratchy. The meat things where the cat stays through the paper. The canned things with the sharp little edges, they can all be dangerous. Yes, I kind of know that song. Not super well, mind you, but a little tiny bit, perhaps. Hey! There's more like it. And I think time for directly setting the clock ahead. Good enough? Let's switch back over to snow activities. Actually, I'm not going to want dirt for those, am I? Don't know. No, I will almost certainly not. It's probably going to be more of the flat area. I could make this all be like mossy cobble or something. I do kind of like the concrete look of just straight up stone without any features. It's kind of neat. It's more orderly than I ever am. And let's see, it comes out to here, so we're going to call this the edge. And we're going to, well, maybe this is not the edge. Okay, revision. Because if that is the edge, then it has to bring this in. So this whole area might end up being a little bit different. Yep. Okay. Got there. Oh. I'll figure it out somehow. Maybe it just makes a big old wall. Not so fast. And then let's place this under here. The thing that makes this fun as a game in doing derpy weird things like this is just figuring out, just making stuff and figuring out how to do largely arbitrary things. Like here, I'm going here and I'm going like, okay, this goes over to here, so obviously this one point must then continue this way. And this line starts from here, so this obviously, right, can go this way. And then they meet at this point. And so then I fill in all the rest of that, and it goes all the way over to here. 1 minute warning on ads and things. And then we go like that, and the question is, why? Why even make there be a big rectangular stone thing? And it's because I don't care. Sure, let's do it. And so we're going to do it. more will be revealed. I'll think of something to do with it. I'm already having wonderful success with the grass growing in. Now we're going to fill in around this horse so that the horse can continue to stand. I'm pretty sure the horse will remain tied even though there's like no grass underneath it, because I can take the grass out from underneath it. But just in case, I will actually leave that one grass block intact. The next thing you know, we'll double up a bunch of glass blocks or something. And it'll be a giant, weird, brutalist something or other. Or I don't even know what it's going to be. It's going to be something. It's going to be a big area of concrete. Which is, of course, it's not literally really true. But it's going to look like a big solid slab of stone. By going through and doing stuff like this. And that's looking pretty good. If you like that sort of thing. Time to do that, and then that. Cover over that nasty. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing the wrong thing and doing it backwards. Didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this. I'll tell you one thing that you can do with this area. This is the spray paintable material. We can use snowballs to fill in and recolor this literal material back and forth to anything we want. In fact, I think I can recolor this. That saves me the trouble of placing it. Bingo. So that's the kind of thing we can do. We can also make it all quartz block, and I'm totally not going to. I've seen more than enough quartz block at the moment. May or may not be able to make it all into diorite. Let's find out. Absolutely can make it all into diorite. So there we have it. We have a canvas. Or we will. Just patiently doing this in the rain. Thank you. Horse is politely getting out of my way. I am not going to break the block immediately under that. Hey, the horse's lead is visible now. This is the one tiny postage stamp of grass to comfort the horse. all the rest is kind of going away. But it can be decorated in all kinds of pretty colors, so there's that. And it's getting to be bedtime, so time to jump in and also pass the night that way. Very good. And that also made the rain go away. There we go. So I could make this go away much, much faster at the cost of absolutely drowning in snowballs. So I'm not as willing to do that, so we're doing it slowly, bit by bit. One of the things about the idea of making a beacon, getting and killing the wither, is that not only can we generate legit, really good armor, we can also have the super insane attack snowballs, but we can also generate really good weapons in absence of the attack snowballs. So if we have to hit them with the sword, it do have a sharpness 4 sword, or it could be a sharpness 5. I think. Yeah, it should be able to be. So that's a doable thing. Snowball means that even if you were using natural mechanics, we can still max those out pretty effectively. This is coming together for whatever it is. I'm quite looking forward to it, even though it's such an arbitrary thing. It's like, why did you do this? Well, I just did. I don't know. I felt like having this big, neatly encapsulated slab with a wolf on top. There he is. Good dog. I'm making it up about the wolf. I didn't intend for that. Boy, look at that. Look who's like almost out of stone. I'm going to need more. Let's grind some more. Don't need nearly as much as this dirt. Already. In case I need to fly out of dodge, and there we go. Now we get the full stack. Now we got lots of stacks. Snowball madness, gotta love it. Look at how fast that piece of grass grew. And one last push, and we got the whole thing built and made. For those who don't like lawns, I don't actually like lawn. I would happily have my lawn be literally this slab of solid stone. That's the thing, is that lawns as such shouldn't be, it should be natural growth of stuff or not bother. Because it's like grass is pretty enough, but it's not really very useful for like migratory insects and things like that. It's kind of useless that way. It's possible to have much more useful stuff for environmental purposes. It's just that people kind of don't. Hey, time to fill in this stuff over here. Hey, somebody with a firework. That's me not being able to see the firework. There it is. Lovely. Looking forward to Igor coming back with more along the lines of how I'd like to make synthesizer sounds. Like wanting to do them in Surge is a good start. That's a darn good start. Surge is a great place to do that kind of thing. But having particular things in mind to make is also very important. Because if you got that, then you can often start making them. Whoops. That doesn't make any sense. As there are a number of things I have been planning to do or sorting out, bit by bit, step by step, getting ready to have the facilities to do various things. One of them is show people how to do stuff on synthesizers. Just saying. That's been intended for a while. I feel like I should move the horse. I mean, Crafty Man could move the horse too. Here's our kit laid out again. One of the ways to, need to not go too close to here. If the person in this house wants to have that match what's going on here, they can do it themselves. Might not. Oh, I remember. That was there on purpose. On it. Rockets. Done. So what else would be cool here? Yeah, that tree needs to still be there. These ones are opened up so that we just have the giant plain. This is the largest field ever. It's not really the largest field ever. Fields? Maybe I should make fields. I'll grow grains. How's that? That could be an amusing side note. This horse is amazing. Could do a sort of racetrack or something. The running in circles track. Oh. Well, this is the running along a track. Hi. Timer. Horse timer. From here to here, maybe? Oh, I don't know. Amazing and diamondless, haha. Amazing and iron horses. The iron horses. I should throw another log on this fire over here while I'm at it. It's getting a little okay, but still. Started out so cold this morning. Ow. I've got this glove, but this glove is revealing a tiny little hole in the tip, which my finger can poke out of. So if I touch something hot, not so great. You would think it would take longer to wear through welder's gloves. But no. I'm more than happy to give it a try, Igor. This moment, I'm thinking a little more in terms of figuring out what I'm doing with whatever this is. And that's fine. Oh, how far out could this go? Oh God, I could have a terrifying parking lot. That would be appalling. Is that a thing? Should this field become, they paved paradise and put up a parking lot? It's the Joni Mitchell. Terrifying. And pointless. But pointless is as pointless does. Doing that would most definitely be pointless. Let's do the initial steps. For if that was the thing. If we were to stretch it right out like that, we need to extend this. It's like the Weird Al song, Dare to be Stupid. Dare to be pointless. Because one thing about it is that it is possible to stretch this out in this way. Oh, but we wouldn't be filling that in with lawn, would we? It is all very flat. We'd be filling it in with horrifying stone. But then it could be decorated, so it could be a vertical... Okay. Beginning to think in terms of this, like, could you fly and then also shoot colored snowballs? Could it become like a spleef arena? And the idea is you're yeeting yourself around, or maybe being on elytras and firing color change snowballs. And the idea, I guess, is who wins by painting the most area in their color. So yeah, this is sort of a game. Okay, how far out does it go? This ridiculous, crazy idea. How about not all the way to this person's house who never asked for this? Get a wonderful view of it, though. Go up here, watch out the windows, and there you go. You have a marvelous view of the nonsense that will ensue. Good, good. It'll become all kinds of useful. You get to watch the foolishness. Okay. That fire's going pretty good. Damp it down. That'll hold it for a while. No. How many blocks would this even be? Lots, but how many? Minus 5a. So we could go to 50. We could go to 50. So 50 blocks wide, heading over to, yeah, that's a goodly amount. Or I could make it be a giant square. I could totally make it be a giant square. Why don't I do that? It's got a sort of horrifying, generic looking thing about it, so we could totally make it be a giant square. It's with 15. I hear water flowing. There's a giant square. And that's even, I wonder what would happen. Oh. That's popping away something fierce. Well, it's going to warm up pretty good anyway. Oh, I'm scaring the horse. There's always something kind of chilled about the late afternoons of these streams. I just run out of energy to run my mouth lots or think really hard. But then other days are for doing the difficult work, honestly, so that doesn't worry me so much. It's just another thing. Let's go from this corner to the other corner. Placing blocks. I think I do have it worked out. I think it is going to be a giant square. Oops. This one. Yep, perfect square. Got there. I'm gonna need to dump some stuff. I was all finished with so much of this, and then I just started doing it again. Well, I'll take that. Stone. I'm pretty sure mossy stone could be used as blocks that won't change. I think. Well, alrighty then. Okay. That was a short and noisy life. I'm sure there's stuff that I can put in that will demarcate the edges and stuff. Assuming that's what I even want to do, I'm not sure if I do want to demarcate the edges. This may not be nearly that organized. Could put fences up around the outside edge. Oops. Thought I had a real flow going there. And I did, but not quite enough. Or too much all at the same time. I feel a little silly that I'm not making this into like fields or something. I mean, we could just do this back over again as fields. But no, giant square. Giant stone square. It's the fitting outcome of whatever this is. And a viewing stand from which you can fire snowballs, and then it is a painting canvas. Or at least it will be once I get rid of the spare dirt, I guess, and dupe up a whole bunch of stone. Or we can make it an Olympic-sized pool. There's a thing. Could do that. Make it a Titanic obsidian box for fighting withers in. I bet I can get this all finished before the end of the day, too. Although not technically the end of the Minecraft day, because that is about to cease. Momentarily. Okay, stone or bust. Sleep or bust. Hey Mel, with the guitars. I didn't know you could do emoji guitars. I will do guitars myself again one day. Today is not that day, but there will still be a day. Yeah, excuse me. There you go, that looks almost natural. In fact, let's tighten up this path a bit. Man, you go through path fast with this. And that will eventually spread. And it should look right. Pond for throwing dirt in. Because I have so much other dirt available. I don't really need all of this. That's a lot of dirt. Now time for grindies. Oh, for God's sake. Mistakes were made. Back off. Mistakes were made. I thought I was on. See, this is why sometimes I need to drink more coffee. If I'm lucky, they'll drop cool things though. So there's that. However, that debacle did get me a whole bunch of stone. Oh, and there's even more. Mistakes were most definitely made. Oh, hello. What do you get if you fire a carrot snowball? Of course you do. That'll do. One way to get a whole bunch of friendlies. Those will attack mobs. Unfortunately, all they can do is throw snowballs at them. But they will aggro mobs that way, so there's that. They will make a giant coating of snow all over everything. So now I'm wondering why I can't make Iron Golem snowball. The answer probably is that's just too much of a good thing. Old version of a related game, there was such a thing as a malfunctioning Iron Golem. My younger brother, who is the better programmer, invented it and then made his own avatar to be the malfunctioning Iron Golem, which might be a sort of, relatable. I get it. It's very much like my family, in fact. We all have a little of the malfunctioning Iron Golem. All feeling that temptation to go roar. Hey, Lucky Floppy, you made it. We're in the last roughly 2 hours of stream. I've done most of my chattering away about philosophical or musical subjects. Hopefully there's enough of that for people. I do as much of it as I can. Then I get tired and I run out of steam. And so it becomes just hanging out with Chris while he places a bunch of blocks to do silly things. Hi, hi. That is today. Again, I'm making decent progress on the Christmas present for Airwindows' people. Feel like that's going reasonably well. Hopefully, it will work and be a source of happiness. I did say it was a surprise, that I had a surprise in store. Hopefully, that will be. Oop. 1 minute warning on ads for people's. I wonder how that goes over to the snoopy YouTube people who spy on all of your streams algorithmically. They're like, we think you are not taking our advertising budget seriously enough. You keep saying warning as if it's bad. Well, you could put sections of ice in here to make it a more challenging path. Then do, I'm trying to think of whether the horses skid around on the ice more, because you could draw a path in which there's ice on the outside, at which point if you failed to follow the path correctly, you'd slide around more. I just don't know if that would work. Or, oh, Craftyman. Somebody's spawning creepers. Where is that happening? Should I know about that? Okay, let's take that carrot away and put this back. Hey, a minute. And do a little bit more of our oh, and sleep might be a good idea too. Let's go over. Boop. Oh, hey, I only just saw the chat. Chat for Minecraft is not the same as chat for YouTube, so bits of it got by me. I'm glad that you enjoyed the drums. I tried to make them be a thing in their own right. Oh, man, you got all of my... because, of course, that's how that works. Got one of these hard to kill guys. Be careful not to hit the horse. This is partly why I'm trying to do this on my own and managing this part myself, is that I feel that most of the time I can aim correctly and not, for instance, hit Craftyman's horse. Can you feed horses carrots? I'm inclined to try. Ooh, horse needs something. What can you feed horses? Because I need to feed this horse something because it got hit. We're trying to feed your horse something because it got hit. Wheat, I bet. Bet he eats wheat. Do we have wheat? Because there's the thing, is I'm not willing to have the horse be hurt due to helping me improperly. Where do we... It's got to be wheat around here somewhere. Well, if there's not... You did? Good. Oh, and we're off, meaning that I can now clear out this part. I don't know. More will be revealed. Ain't got that far yet. There must surely be something cool that can be done with... oh, here you go. There must be something cool that can be done with this. I mean, one thing that could be done is make a scaffold, stand up on top of there somewhere, and then fire... because these are painter snowballs. You cannot place rock this way. I got to place rock this way, but having placed it, we can change it to anything we want. And it's surrounded by grass, which doesn't get changed by painter snowballs. So this becomes like the canvas, the great canvas. Mostly it's just a giant square. Also, the painter snowball thing could easily go wrong if anybody has just about any other kind of snowball loaded and fires it at the canvas. But that's snowball madness for you. Like a massive stream of what turn out to be pickaxe snowballs, and it all goes away. Like my entire day of work becomes nothing. Sometimes that's what snowball madness is like. But that's partly why I'm like fixating on doing stuff like this rather than doing stuff that entirely leans on being able to make with the snowballs. Or it could be a dueling arena. Yeah, except for I'm not throwing it in the air or in the river on purpose. But that is kind of what the mod can be like. And I try to remember that. I'm just going to want to see this being in action. See how well that part works. Oops. and a corner. And that appears to be the square. So let's grab a sampling of colors. Here's white terracotta. Actually, I'll grab the full stack. Here's quartz because of course. And let's find another color like a dark or black terracotta. There's more quartz. There's regular color terracotta. And more, so black would probably be done with ink sacks. I should have those somewhere, but maybe I don't have any. If I have any, I have all that I need, but I might not have any. I might have used them all to make something. Certainly not there. Hello. Somebody found another fun thing. I didn't know Spooky Scary Skeleton was an achievement. But I do know one thing. If my coding is correct, I not only know what this is, but why somebody made 64 of them. I had not found this yet. One of these. Kind of passive. Oh, I think you mean two massive zombies. Trouble is, though, like, we can generate them, but then they don't attack. At least I don't think they do. Sure doesn't look like he does. And I don't believe they carry things, which is a shame, because wouldn't it be cool if you'd had it like, yeah, careful with the battling of the strangely passive giant zombie. Aye. Butt out. See, he doesn't do anything. It's a decoration. Appledrinks is tank, he claims to be. Not much of a tank, he doesn't do anything. Maybe in the darkness he will. Or there we are. There we are. I don't honestly know why dude doesn't do anything, but he doesn't. Yeah, Mel asks, have I bought an API 2500 bus compressor? No, I have not. I may not. I am not as, I don't know, shall I say, interested in those that haven't come to my attention. Here, however, is something that has. So, Mr. Dude may not do anything, but these will. Lucky Floppy, you might not want to be in there. Stop fighting. This is the war room. So our faithful snowmen will battle this guy off into the distance, at which point we need to shoot them, or they will pollute the entire damn server with snow. Oh, oops. Just like that. Back to this, please. Oh. So now I'm going to go and clean up the snow that I just made. Hey, you two, come on. Stop fighting and help me clean this up. Will a shovel do better? No, a shovel will not do better, not at all. The shovel is actually much worse. Bad shovel, bad. Once I'm finished with cleaning up the silly mess that I personally just made. Oh God. I should be cleaning on the concrete so they don't have to deal with this. Well, I will illustrate what I was talking about in the first place, and maybe it will be amusing and pleasing. Okay, now we'll try the shovel. Okay, it actually is faster. It's just generating a lot of snowball spam. I guess that is a penalty that I richly deserve. Oi! That's way too many snowballs. So I'm going to declutter a little bit in here. With snow. I can make entire stacks into neat, tidy little lumps. And now I head back out. And work with my canvas. 64 is too big. What am I doing? 1. Eraser. Here's a 2-pixel brush. Back to the red 1-pixel brush. And let's see, block of quartz, eh? And boop. Oh wait, that was with quartz, wasn't it? All right, so we make an art here. Or maybe just a target. Let's start over. Want more colors. I would like more colors. Hello, craftyman. Craftyman, you have something. Where are you at? We're missing, these silly people are fighting each other. Meanwhile, Craftyman is fighting a wither. Or something. It was a sound. A telltale sound. Where could that be? It disappeared. I certainly don't see a health bar. Oh, I should make one of the giants and then name tag it. So we're going to need these things. A little spare snow, I guess. Quartz is boring, but aha, another sound. We may be having a problem running those on the Snowball server. I'm not sure why. I haven't done anything to make the withers not be able to work, but that may be a thing. It may just break for some reason that I don't understand. I could fill this place in. Yeah, so if not for all the arrows, this painting area would be fine. Yeah, I think it would notice if the wither came and was active in here. We'll see. Well, there's a bunch of noise. Meanwhile, my wood stove still needs attention, so I better go and deal with that. There we go. How do I get going? So I gotta say, I was thinking in terms of trying to do black and white art with this, or black and white and gray, for instance. So I think what I need to do is go and find squid. Swim rapidly around searching for squid. Oh. Or do I have painting materials in here? I've got some stuff in there. Is that a place where I can find pigments and things? I've got enough stuff for lots of potions, but might not be the same. We got really coal and black shulker boxes, which also were full of coal. Because, of course, you got to have more coal, apparently. Got another one of these, so I can fix that. That could work. Bunch of spare furnaces. What else can you make into pigment, like green or whatever? I don't think you can make coal into pigment. You can't make vines into pigment either. We've got lots of vines. I saw to that. There's a place where there's all the vine materials. None of these have anything in them. I made purple beds at one point. Yeah. For whatever reason, we're just very low on ink sacs. I'm going to need to do a little hunting, even to get one. And that's a little surprising. I would have thought I had a little more than that. ink sac, ink sac. Hello. Oh, there's some wheat. That would fix up a horse pretty good. I will also grab up flowers. Those can also be made into pigments. I could also do a quick recce in search of flowers. There's one. So we got magenta, we got light gray, we got stray dogs, we got a nice yellow, red ahoy, got some rose red, which probably means we can get orange. Okay, we're coming along. What about red and magenta? What do we get? Nothing. You get a big fat nothing. Red and orange? Nope. And I can surely get some lapis, so we can take things in that direction. Gratitude builds a bridge to abundance. This reminds me how in my YouTube watching, these days YouTube is trying to make me a religious dude fiercely. It is trying so hard. It is just throwing so many of these. Mob Grinder 2.0 in the absence of 1.0, which is not with us. That said, it's not doing anything at the moment. I'm probably not going to find anything through here, but we'll find out where this goes. It's going to go somewhere. I'm about half an hour away from stepping aside and getting some of my dinner defrosting, because I make it out of Monterey Jack cheese and some Hamburg and various things like that, and the cheese lives in a freezer. Why is this not? This is a special corridor with you cannot go fast in. Yes, I can. But it makes me go to the side. What's up with this corridor? This is like the narrow way. This is the painful path, which you can't go through very fast. Cool enough, though. I've never done this before. And we got somewhere. I think we got back to my base. What with the snow being there and all. If I remember correctly, that's what this was about. Secret passage to MG 2.0. Woot! All right. Now, I'm not going to find flowers down there. But, I can find some lapis. I don't need that much. So I can make some more colors that way. 30 arrows? Don't mind if I do. Oh, no, wait, I'll give you a giant. That was a noisy noise. Let's go in search of flowers. What do we got? And also, where do you get green? There's got to be a green. I just don't remember what makes it. Here's largely the same flowers as before. So I don't need any of that. This is technically a different flower, so what do you get? As your bluet, does that give you blue? No, more like light gray. So we got enough yellow, we got enough light gray, we've got enough red and orange and stuff like that. Here's a bunch of cows. Oh, maybe there's blue stuff here. It's a swamp. So it's a different biome. Do we have blue flowers in the swamp? Because I don't remember. I can't say as I see any. Oh, I lie. Sure do. It even says new recipes unlocked and everything. So we're not going to grab literally all of that, but light blue. Oh wow, check out this cool cave. Nope. So how about green things that might live in the swamp? How about, can you make a lily pad into a dye? That would be a no. I'm super forgetting what even makes green dyes. Although I'm happy enough to find this, but I could have made it out of lapis and bone meal. See, a little more blue dye. Although lapis by itself, I guess that's just a dye. Like if I take a white terracotta, no, apparently not. No, lapis isn't a dye all by itself. Interesting. So regular terracotta, no, I guess you got to do something different with it, don't you? I know I'm not going to be able to dye quartz. I probably need a crafting table. Epic Mountain. More Epic Mountain. And remembering, of course, that I want to keep an eye out for squid. You pigs are going to have to run pretty soon. Stock up on a little bit more of the red. I don't suppose you can get a special red from literal actual roses, yeah? No, same stuff. I do like these though. Grab one so I can plant them. However, the snowball version is just gonna... Oh! I spoke too soon. This is doing a weird variation on planting. It's like spitting out sunflowers and multiplying my rose bushes. Well, not complaining about that. They're little low rose bushes rather than tall rose bushes. Do they plant normally? They plant normally. And the sunflower ones are making a half-height sunflower. But if I plant them normally, they will do the same thing. As in make a regular sunflower. Okay. Hello, squid. Interesting. What's here? Villagers. Hi. Fancy that. I've got that. I'll take an emerald. Maybe that will make me the dye I wanted. Too many things. No, I do not have string. You'll give me lapis, but I have lots of that, thank you. That's okay. Back to one of the classic Minecraft jams. This is a dark little room. What's up with this? Well, while I'm in here, we just got an emerald. Can you make the emerald into dye? No, apparently not. Oh, hey dude. What are you? Cartographer. You want paper. They don't put those in Minecraft. You silly. Haha. See, there was a reason I'm hanging out here after all. Meanwhile, this guy's going for a swim. So, I feel like maybe you need a crafting table to color terracotta, for which I'm game. I just don't think I have one on me. But that could be remedied. Pretty quickly and easily, in fact. I just have to stop messing around with all of this foolishness. We don't need that many of these. I wonder if there's an apple color. Let's find out. Oh. Time to start with our experiments in terracotta. I'm also very curious as to whether you can... Aha! That's some black terracotta for you. Yeah, the red ones will not actually get you high. They're just other colors of mushrooms. Whoa. So now that we got black terracotta, I can go back to my original location and start fooling around with some art. Except then I want to go this way. And this way. Never did find green. It's almost time for me to start making dinner. Start thawing dinner, rather. Get some of my raw materials out. Yeah, don't. Biff. If you mean like mushroom biome, I believe that is a different thing. Oh, hey, somebody fired off a block here. Which means this is recolorable. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. So now this is just to freak out passersby. If you come by here, you go, what the heck is that? You go, oh no, it's an oil spill. Oh, hello, this is cool. Mind you, I've already got mossy cobble, but there's some puzzle and stuff. What can I sacrifice here? Well, I can double some of this up anyway. Terracotta and also terracotta. Don't need both of those. But silk touch puzzle. You might not actually need that to harvest it. guys are like literally right here. I must be closer to spawn than I thought. That or my coordinates are visible. That's a possibility. That's the sort of thing that can happen. I didn't know there was this much of this kind of forest. Sure is plenty of this kind of forest. Not letting me get those. Indeed. Oh, hi. Didn't expect that to happen. There we go. I see a landmark. And somebody's been here. There's more there than there used to be. So this is an artistic looking place. Maybe I can have some of my stuff in here. Like, well, that's not a great sound. Hello. There's green. Where did it come from? Cactus. Cactus. I remember now. That's how you get it. Cool beans. I thank you. Now I want to make myself some more chests so that I can actually place these things usefully. Come on, give me a break. Go. So here's where a bunch of dye can go. Sunflowers, emerald, because why not? Lapis, bone meal, and the remaining stuff that I threw in here. And plant-related things, I guess. crafting things. Alrighty, got a good supply of these things. Lots of stone for gray. We got lots of terracotta. Throw the podzol in here as well while we're at it. Leather working. This should never be in that slot. If I randomly spawn a mob, bad things could happen. And I'm thinking like more terracotta maybe. Well, actually, no, not in this large. Does anyone know how to calibrate your M-Series MacBook speakers to support multi-channel playback? I don't know that. That is one of those things that I don't actually know how you do. Work on doing some of the things that I do know. Namely, that's actually not going to be so tricky. That's not hard at all. We've already got that. That comes out of the mesa. But blue does not come out of the mesa. We've got some of that now too. Nor does green. I do wonder whether I'll get a better color. Working from white. Let's find out. White terracotta plus rose red. Nope, it's actually not possible to color it at all. It's already taken a color, so you don't get to do that. Okay. One of the cacti. There's some green. A little yellow. I don't think I have an orange. I don't think I have a magenta. Or a light gray. Or a light blue. And I think it's possible to make light green. Let's duplicate some of this first. I only have 2 pieces of it. I'm sure there's more, but because I only have the 2 pieces of it, I had better make more. Oh hey, turns out if you fire into the water, just like in Mythbusters, you don't actually get through. I'm not sure those work for color. And I think I might have just had a guy go in here. As I thought. I'll give it a look though. Let's find out. Yep. Pretty sure those don't produce color. And that includes the rainbow colors, in case you're asking. But we can but try. First of all, does it create a dye? No. Then does it create a color? Also no. Okay, didn't think so. We'll put them in there. You know, I don't know. I think it has to be dark. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Let's give it the old college try. Up. There's a torch here. I can't place it where the torch is. There's another torch. All right, there you go. No. Of that I am pretty sure. I don't think even Snowball does them. I don't remember ever making the Snowball work that way. You could try bone mealing podzol. Bone mealing podzol might do something. A little more of that. I think I'm just going to grab some of my dyes and things and scoot off all the way. We'll also grab the mushrooms just in case it turns out to be a thing that one can do. Need my black terracotta, that's what I came here for. Emerald does not turn out to make anything. Also, I was going to grab my chests, but I did not. I feel certain there's a dark area in here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe some of that got filled over. We do have llamas. Oh, no, here's most definitely a dark area. And now it's even darker. Podzol and bone meal. What do we get bone mealing podzol in the dark? Nothing. Okay. Maybe it's just kind of decorative. Oh, look. how much you want to give me to go up into the hole. Eat. It didn't turn out to be much. There was nothing there. Oh, but we can't go this way. And it leads to here. Wherever here is. Okay. One of those mysterious snowball things. I did not have any oak, I did not have any wood, I did not take any of my spare chests. So I'm a wee bit out of luck. But I was actually going to do something else. Do I have a favorite hip-hop artist? Good. Hang on a second. Hold that thought. I have dinner making to get ready to do. This is not going to take me a 10-minute span, but I'm going to put the hourglass on. Anyway, and I will be right back. I think I could do with throwing a little more log on the fire. I went over into my kitchen. It's freezing. Freezing. We are definitely in the middle of a cold snap. It's like just barely reached freezing outside, and it's taken all day to get up to that point. More firewood is in order. This piece here. set another piece on top of that. It's heavy stuff, it's hardwood firewood. That'll go for a little while. Those are some big old logs. Yeah, so hip hop artists. See, that's the thing, is my experience is kind of limited. That said, I've been really impressed by a Tribe Called Quest. As somebody who's really not got a lot of exposure to any of that, there's a particular sequence, and there's a video of it that I find really impressive. And it is, we got the jazz into, I want to say Bugging Out. Is that the one? It's Fife Dog. Fife was an amazing rapper. And part of that is me not really knowing much about that or being able to relate to it. Like, for me, being this white progressive rock dude, it was always about, like, yeah, I should play a guitar to express myself. And it's anybody's guess as to whether I could successfully do that or not. But the whole thing of, like, being able to understand what rap even is, Fife Dog is able to show that. 1 minute warning for advertising related people. Just a moment while I do one of the things I was thinking of doing. Let's get a little more in the way of that cactus coloring. And that gives us a bunch more. Yeah, so I would almost have to say Fife, because that is truly a hip hop artist beyond anything else. Like, I could like Q-Tip. Q-Tip is intellectual in this way that is easier to reach somebody like me. Like, somebody like that, it's like, well, yeah, of course I get him. Well, I could get what Fife was going on about, even though I'm not inherently speaking that language in the slightest. That's impressive to me. And certain lines, like Chad from Beauty Pill, I think, is one who is super fond of this particular line. On that particular track, I think it's Bugging Out. I think that's the one. And he's got an introduction there. Let's see how that's doing. Oh, that's fine. I don't really need that much of it. Not right now. Oh, are we successfully growing these? Or are we just building them? I actually didn't know that we could do those things. Fair enough. That's presumably what we were talking about. I might have to tamp down the the fire again. Meanwhile, black spot. Doing a little art. Blue spot. I don't know enough about Dilla. I should. That is somebody who should be speaking really loudly to me. And I'm carrying too many things, so I can't do a thing about this. Other than black spot again. I'm not even carrying stone. I can't erase it. Yeah, one of the famous samplings, Steely Dan's Black Cow got sampled on stuff, and basically they were like, okay, if you give us all the money, they did. Like, worth it, okay. So there's some more quartz and more quartz. There's some more. Oh, have we got purple and magenta dye? All right. No, we cannot. Fine, let me put that dye in here. Wouldn't it be neat if you could make redstone colored dye and it did stuff? Like it turned on. Went Yeah, I'm honestly just not as thrilled by all of that. Hey, my oven is warmed up. So we're on the last hour here of derping around doing things, and one of the things I was really excited about was I want to get some painter chests up, and my inventory is just stuffed full of uselessness. So what I probably need to do is offload some of it. To that bottom corner, which will clear things up enough for me to go and grab some wood and make some chests with them. That's a lot of chests, but that should be enough. Oh, I might as well grab my eraser while I'm here. Assuming I even can. I'm sure I can, yes? I wouldn't have put all that away, would I? No, there it is. So And then we'll find whether grass can grow underneath the chest. But here's a full bank of chests. And this can be finished terracotta blocks, which we'll be duplicating more of. We got a lot of white. We got a lot of quartz. We got a lot of gray stone. We don't have a lot of black, but we will. So, oh, and we should be able to do light gray too. Here's where we work from. Here's where I can stash useless stuff that I'm not working with at the moment, like these mushrooms and these torches. Oh, I need a... Well, for one, I need to erase this, so... Very little difference between the relatively small one and the large one. So there's a dark blue, but I also have light blue and totally need to get some crafting tables. So do we have planks? No, I didn't bring them with me. Three. There's planks. Giant stack of crafting tables. It's going to be all crafting tables all the time. We're doing some crafting right here in Minecraft City. And then the extra spare stuff goes away. So here's pigments. Pigments can go here. Everything that isn't already a pigment gets turned into one. Lapis is already a pigment. So these flowers... Oh, we're going to save some of these rose bushes, though. Oh, indeed. So yeah, apparently we plant mushrooms on the edge of the forest. Oh, I wonder if I can make these stack up even taller. No, apparently not. Well, hang on. Now, what would happen if we started from up here and started firing these down? Nope. It's just a way to grind them, which is what we will do. And then it's going to be the same for sunflower. And then I can physically place them if I want. Oh yeah, I mean the thing with the Steely Dan is they knew they wanted Black Cow, and so paid handsomely for the privilege. And boy did they have to pay, but they considered it worth it. So here's a lot of red, more than any reasonable person would need. Plant these bushes. Now, we'll do some zombies in this direction so that we can have more black terracotta. You're partly impinging upon the canvas, but you've gone to such effort that I hardly feel I can complain. 32. A couple of stacks of this. And that is a full stack of that. So there we go. So white terracotta, I'm thinking light gray and the stone. So I kind of need lots more terracotta. Oh no, it's going to take a while. I've got about a half an hour. I don't think it's really going to generate much in the way of like awesome artwork, but I do want to create the pigments needed. As such, I have got a little bit of light gray dye, which means I could have more. Got a lot of rose red and magenta. We don't have much orange dye, but we only kind of need one. Got a lot of green. Oh, the sunflowers are going to make a lot of yellow. Oh, and if I have a lot of red and a lot of yellow, I will be able to make lots of orange like this. Yay, there we go. Cool. And there I thought I was going to be running short of like anything. Huh. There's some lapis, there's some light blue. I bet that's made with lapis and... See, some of this I don't actually know what makes it, but no time like the present to find out. Oh. Can't do black dye, instead you do ink sac directly. Sure enough, I've already got that though. There's some light gray terracotta. It's definitely a different shade. Oh, and I better take down this. My stove was roaring away like crazy. Throw on the damper and it'll cool it off. It didn't really need to be cranking as hard as it was. So red, yellow, green, orange goes here, blue, and then we have some other colors to come in. Would it be a good idea to use console? You totally could. You totally could use console 0 for lo-fi hip-hop at 44100. No question about it. You're welcome to give it a try. Yeah, that got real hot. Hopefully everything's going to be fine. I'm thinking probably everything's going to be fine. Here's what we're looking at right now. That's going ham over there. which is what it's for, to be sure. Like, it's designed to do that. I just put a bunch of wood in there and then let it go ham without damping it down. One thing about that, though, is having done that, it is burning any gunk off the catalyst. And I don't believe that is too hot. That's not so hot that it's going to hurt the catalyst, so it should be fine. But sometimes you do need to run it hot to get that stuff happening. So half green, half blue. Do we have any other? We've got light blue. Not to forget light blue. Have light blue. Didn't do orange yet. And then we've got purple and magenta. Orange comes out of Mesa, so that's hardly scarce. That's easy stuff to get. I don't think magenta comes out of mesas. Nor does purple. But we got him. So that's like a sort of ultraviolet, and that's a sort of ultra red. And that's probably the lot. I don't think we have any more. Yeah, well, if my kitchen is cold, this room is no longer cold. So there's that. All of my colors are in here. And we're throwing some of this stuff in here. As well as the spare terracotta. Igor, I'm not sure I really sound anything like Bob Ross. Happy little terracottas. One thing I did want to do, however, was dupe some of these up so that we have at least a full stack of them all. Let's check that that's still there and go. 8 to 16 to 32 to 64 won't take hardly a moment. Gotta love that geometrical progression. Same for the orange, although again, this can be harvested off of... Oh, do I have more flowers and things kicking around? Or did I turn them all into... I think I turned them all in... Damn, okay. Look at that. To the geometrical progression, 8 to 16, 32 to 64 goes nice and quick when you do it this way. Trying to remember what I'm doing. Well, that one didn't even drop anything. How rude. We got them not wanting to drop the terracotta all of a sudden. There we go. There's our 64. Could do with getting some more of these guys. We'll put them where the other ones are. Could have done with hanging out onto some of those raw flowers. 1 minute warning for, you know. Meanwhile, let's do a green terracotta. It's adorable. You're going into the little houses and turning on the lights. Is there beds in there? A little too late to see the sun going down. You can also paint with concrete in this mod. We've just got terracotta now, but that's not the only option. We've got more pigments than that. I don't doubt it. I know, right? I'm going to bolt in here and sleep. This is a cranker. We got a very hot wood stove. I'm going to make sure it's not too near the glass. Stoke it up a little bit, open it up, and push it over this way. That's hot. Oh, that's hot. You get a tan from how hot that wood stove is looking at it. Biff. So we're making some good progress here. Craftyman, I'm going to duplicate some things now. Or I'm going to go elsewhere and duplicate some things now. Okay, very good. That one didn't even drop anything. I've gotten up to purple hat. I should make them wear hats. Purple armor guys. The level of 36, they're purple armor guys. There's my 32. And that Mr. Dude was rude. He went at me too quick. Already blue, 64. And then I need magenta and purple and light gray. So we're coming along pretty good. Some of these dudes are serious. But as long as they still drop their drops, that's fine with me. Wow, what the heck was that? Here's our magenta. Oh, I know what I should do. Brush sizes, which is not terribly effective, honestly. That's not really how this works, but it's close. There should be a 1 on the end, really. Like this. There, so now two more, including the light gray, and the painting scenario is relatively done. And then I agree to go and try to paint something. All this calling me of Bob Ross. I paint with zombies. Yeah, so maybe not so much. I got it under control. There we are. And the only one I've got remaining is these. Man who jumps in the path of the arrows. Those aren't supposed to grow on concrete. Oh, hey, random potato. Man who leaps in the path of the arrow again. That time you dinged. You dinged. That has to be intentional. You might have swept through and stolen the blocks too. Or maybe he just didn't drop them. Okay. And there's her light gray. So let's see, that doesn't actually fit here very well, but that's fine. We'll just scooch these over. And then set those other ones up in this. One lonely magenta dye. And a potato, because why not? And let's put some of the more useful colors in. I am dreading accidentally ending up on the other end of one of those. Listen to that go. And I have two more. Let's not use white terracotta. Let's use light gray. And here's our painter's blocks, including the quartz. And white terracotta can just go down this way. And if that was in a shulker box, I could just place them. Maybe that's something for some future point. Well, I didn't see those. Okay, so in theory, I was going to do some painting here. We're going to paint a spaceship scene. First thing we do is make everything dark. Because it is very dark in space. Very dark. Dark, I said. There we go. Missing one more. Got it. Then we put that down. And we're going to have a couple of spots for stars. And a laser. That's not much of a laser. So we'll go from that blue to a nice purple, the same place. That's no moon. Okay, so maybe not as excited about this as I thought I was going to be. So instead of the nighttime scene, well, there's a lot of roses. Okay, roses are cool. Gotta love the roses. The houses are definitely kind of in the way. Let me scooch over this way so I can see a little bit more of that corner. There we go. So with there, we've got one little spot of that. Let's make a abstracty thing going on. Gray stone. And then we'll fill back in with a smaller brush for the quartz block and maybe then put a dot in the middle of it or something. So. Is a swirl. And it's a swirl with a red dot on the tip. And some other colors chasing it. Like we'll do a red, orange, yellow thing. By the way, if anybody wants to use a clock to make the time change, that could work. Can't see very well the paint in the night. There we go. Much better. Let's do the swirl even more. My aim is not on point here, but I'm thinking I can probably fill in with the white again. So we can but try. Trying to do a colorful thing going on. It's a swoosh. I'll put some white in after there. Oh, yep. The aim is not on point, but little of the actual blue in there. And then the white with the larger brush to try to smooth off the edges. I was using a 16, I think. There's a 16 brush. Aiming for the middle there. And I just need to place a little bit more red and I'm going to do a 2-pixel brush for the red. Right there. Okay, there's still a pixel of, oh, actually I can put in some more of the orange. And then it's all coming out of a spot that matches the other spot. It goes and reaches and joins the other spot, rather. Okay, 8 was too big. Let's do 8 block of quartz and simply erase that. then if I can straighten up my stray pixels with this line. Boom. As that, a little abstraction. There you have it. The painting is complete. Oh, look, we even have a spare stripe of black just randomly here. So there we are. Oh, and I should see what it looks like from inside your cool window. This entire time I have not even seen it here. Panoramic Shrimp Motel. Okay. Oh, I fell right down. Alrighty. Yeah, you can kind of see it being painted. And we've got multiple paintings. Paintings, that is. Oh yeah, and a bunch of paintings here. Cool beans, there you go. Alrighty. And we have large amounts of flowers outside the edge and more torches than anybody ever actually needs. Okay. There's a thing. And now I am, oh no, I can get my stuff back out now. No reason not to have your stuff. There's my kit. Wouldn't it be interesting if we did something to do a snowball music disc, like started playing the music or something? And as the music strikes up, it is 4:58. It is just about my dinner time. So I'm thinking this is a fine time for me to head off and do that little self-care, which means cooking for myself. I will note that the wood stove is behaving itself just fine now, so that ended up fine. 1 minute warning as I'm about to leave, so in fact that's so ridiculous that we are going to tell it to skip them. No sense in doing that when I don't particularly care about them and I'm about to log off. Terrible time to do that. So on that note, I return to my cute little place as the night roars through tonight and then back to daytime. But I got to reset my spawn, so there's that. And I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.